Okay, I think we are good to go. Lingustato. Let's freaking go. Um this will be Kino, Chris. This is so we'll start with a quick rundown. There's not gonna be any BGM, by the way. Just play whatever BGM you choose. Because what these are gonna be is very long, technically driven. Since we have to cover an entire 24 eps thoroughly, I want to give it the proper, like, I don't want to abbreviate crap, just to get it done in less time. So it's probably going to take 3 to 4, averaging 5-hour streams in all likelihood. Today we will be getting through a rough overview of the general structure of just the Aincrad arc. We will do Alfheim after. And then just going to be looking at episode 1 and 2. And we're going to do a full prose analysis of 2. By prose, in this case, I mean like visual prose, like cut to cut. I'm not going to be referencing the novel much at all for this. But in future stuff, we will be referencing the novel quite a bit. But I like as in actual passages, but I will be talking about the novels quite a bit. So in general, what we're gonna do is once we hit 10-hour portions, I'm gonna upload those as a big, like, lightly edited, 10-hour analysis video. So at the end of all these analysis streams, they'll produce these like massive epic analysis streams. AnyTube will finally be saved with real legitimate in-depth technical analysis. So let me just get my shit in gear and we will begin. As far as Yo Nova Music Asteroid, this guy. So as far as answering questions and stuff goes, just because there's so much to cover, I am going to probably not really be able to answer too many questions. Oh, can you maybe change it so that I can see the chat better? But if I see one that's like totally definitely gonna help me make a point or something, I will definitely make that analysis. Yes, Digibro is shaking right now. Digibro is rolling in his grave right now at what we're about to do. So all right, so let's just start. I have I have a bunch of notes on my phone. I wanted them on my laptop, but my laptop is not cooperating right now. So let's just get into it. All right, so okay. You can't have an SAO analysis without talking about utility in storytelling. And I'm going to try to, with these analyses, avoid utility discussions too much. Let's do it over here. But really, what is utility is, this is my word for any aspect of a story that does not directly correspond to literary quality. So the reason I call it utility is because this is what the average person doesn't consume, because they are like in the Matrix and they want to inject like knowledge magically into their head, even though that's really what a story is at its core. Like, what quality is at its core is actual, like, magical distilled knowledge about life and existence going directly into your head and you equipping it so you can use it from now on. But that's not really the main motivation most people consume stories. Most people consume stories because of more superficial reasons. So, for example, you watch a horror movie because you want to be scared. That's an example of utility. Or you watch something emotional because you want to feel emotions. Or you watch something with attractive characters because, I don't know, maybe you're a gooner, maybe you just like looking at attractive characters. Who knows? There's a lot of utilities that can be derived from attractive characters. But the point is especially the sci-fi genre has a lot of baggage. And I'm not going to do a whole hard sci-fi versus soft sci-fi distinction, whatever. There's like Westerners who have made actually like good videos on that. They love those topics and stuff. That's more their speed, talking about like basic tropes and genres and stuff. But the point is that the sci-fi genre comes with quite a bit of utility baggage and stuff. On top of that, and we'll get into this in the actual analysis, like in the middle of it, a lot of this stuff will come up. There is a really weird kind of set of genre expectations that easily creates like controversy and strange sort of intense disparity in expectations of what they're going to actually get from the thing. But you got to remember, this is otaku media, and this is otaku media. Don't forget, SAO was written originally back in 2002. That's when this crap was written. And that is a long-ass time ago. And otaku media was just starting to really enter its very literary phase. I typically consider 2000 to be the exact cutoff point where there was a true literary movement starting in otaku culture. And I say 2000 because that's when Air, Jun Maeda Key, Air came out. And Air was crazy because it was the first time people realized that the boundaries of literature could be broken that far within otaku culture, while still not even using the tropes unconventionally or anything, sticking to the tropes very conventionally on one hand. But on the other hand, it also kind of broke free from the tropes because it boldly threw utility to the wind in aspects. But anyway, this is an Air analysis. Let's just talk about SAO now. The point is that SAO was written in a way where it was kind of a half and half. It was kind of half a child of kind of almost even 90s style approach to storytelling in many ways that you'd see in the otaku sphere. That very kind of idealism-centric kind of power fantasy type thing that was very popular in the 90s, whether the work was good or not. And by good, I mean well-written or not. But on the other hand, SAO very much embraced the sort of new kind of literary leaning trend that was happening. Again, established very, very heavily established by stuff like Key. So as a result, it's a really, really unique blend of like genres and tropes and stuff that would be weird even now because this was a sort of growing point for the culture as a whole. So yeah. So let's basically hit the first note now. Yes. Okay. That's right. That's what I was going to say now. Okay. Here's the issue with utility. It's very, very easy to assume that there's like when people are utility minded and reading a story, it's very easy for them to think that there's like gotchas. And by gotchas, I mean like, oh, the author didn't think of that, did he? Or he didn't think of that, or maybe he should have done this. A lot of people say suspension of disbelief when talking about stories. The thing I'm going to say is not suspension of disbelief. I never liked that concept. What I like to say is suspension of arrogance. Always assume the author is smarter than you until you have hard proof they're not. That just makes things a little bit easier. And the big sort of flaw with utility, and this doesn't even have to be an SAO discussion. I'm going to start every single one of these analyses with this just because it has to be said every time. The issue with utility is think about a dog Would you write a story a dog can enjoy? Would you chase that? Is that a thing to invest in? Does the concept of writing a story for a dog appeal to you? Like, does that feel like a good idea? Um, I know that's extreme, but that's kind of what you quickly get into when you start thinking about chasing utility over quality. There's a breaking point. There's a point where you can only really set so much expectations for how your demographic is going to take your writing. And that's why the only like truly real objective universal thing when it comes to storytelling is raw literary quality, which is purely the objective component of it. Not how you enjoy it, not how you interpret it, not how you feel about it, just purely what are the facts? And the facts don't care about your feelings. No, the facts actually do care about your feelings. That's what's funny. Quality is actually, here's the plot twist. Quality is one of the biggest influences on how well the actual utility lands at the end of the day. So it's interesting and ironic. So anyway, that's that. That rant is going to have to go in front of every single one of these analyses. So just get used to it. I'm gonna re-rant it every single time. So anyway, let's talk about SAO. So SAO starts off for, I'm pretty sure everyone here has, at least if they haven't seen it, they at least knows the concept. And this is SAO in a nutshell. It's this near future thing. At the time it was near future, it's now the past, but at the time it was 20 years in the future. And so in 2022, humanity finally completed the ability to enter virtual reality, true virtual reality, virtual space that actually tricks your entire spinal cord and brain into believing it's in virtual space. So the thing with this is that it's a very much exaggeration based thing, it's a surrealism based thing, and it's an idealism based thing. And these are keywords you're going to see show up quite a bit throughout the analysis. This was, again, that's why I kind of started talking about stressing, yes, this was written in 2002. That was very kind of modus operandi for, or I don't know if I pronounced that right, for otaku media during this era. Even if you take a work like Canon in 1999, which was, very literary, would you say Canon is an idealism driven story? I mean, it's mostly just about a dude having to suffer, because of bad things happening to girls he likes. But the thing about it is still it has an exaggeration component, and it has a idealism component, which is that it really stresses that ideal, like, oh, you get to leave your life behind and move into this town with your cute cousin who is romantically attracted to you, and there you have these childhood friends who are also cute in this town. That's very otaku media at this time was very, very dead set on settings and concepts and premises that go after unapologetically a very distinct, crude ideal, and then they manifest it by bulldozing over whatever weird details that would come out of that through a deliberate, if the writer knows what they're doing. If they didn't know what they're doing and it's just like crappy manga, then they just do it and don't care. If it's a good writer, what they would do is they would purposely utilize moods of like actual surrealism, and then they would exaggerate things to highlight the level of which it's dispersing basic reality to achieve this. And that's going to come up more when we get to it, but I just wanted to start our rant with that because it's really important to recognize that yes, surrealism is a actual functional component of the work. Now, before we actually dive into the details, we have to go over a basic plot structure thing, because there is a massive elephant in the room to talk about with SAO, which is book versus... Actually, I don't like this. I don't like this pen for this. Let's switch to this. No, I like it. Let's stick with it. book versus the anime. And there are some crucial differences. Not a lot of people have experienced both, so I figure I'll go over them. Basically, in the books, the book Aincrad takes place over 2 books. The first book is just about Kirito's relationship with Asuna and Kayaba, and it mostly revolves around how the incident started and then basically the last leg of it. It's mostly focused on the last couple floors before the game ends. And that's important because it lets it laser focus on the sort of it's not a romance triangle, but it's a sort of it's a relationship triangle of some kind. Kirito versus Asuna versus Kayaba. So basically, what you have is this interesting dynamic between these three, and I'll go into this quite a bit later, where basically Kirito and Kayaba are hard foils in that they have tons of parallels and tons of similarities in their relationship with the virtual world. And on the other hand, Asuna is like pretty much as far from Kayaba as it can possibly get. So far, close. And so what ends up happening is Asuna becomes this strange wedge between these two. Kirito is normally bound by fate. You can almost think of Kirito as like more or less just for the purposes of foilship. Obviously, psychologically and personality-wise, experience-wise, they're very different people. But as you'll see in terms of like functional relationship with the elements of the story, they are extremely close and similar. And Kirito is just sort of a young, weak Kayaba. Kayaba is extremely strong. And by strong, I just mean he can control tons and tons of factors in the story. So basically, the journey is I feel like solo leveling. I was weak, now I'm strong. Pen lights on fire. Holy shit, that pros. I was weak, now I'm strong. No, jokes aside, a lot of the journey involves Kirito going from weak to strong. However, it's kinda strong, whereas Kayaba is very strong. Very strong. And that's sort of the drama. The drama is, okay, as Kirito progresses through this world, how much Kayaba ultimately does he resolve to? And the key here, the key why we have a story, why we were even able to create a story, what gives it actually drama, is Asuna standing between them. She's the wedge. And she's a wedge because she is the polar opposite of Kayaba. Kayaba is he's a idealist to the point of absolute sociopathy. And he's idealist in a childish way. And there's actually a really, really important pieces of prose that go with that we'll talk about with the last episode of Aincrad. Asuna's the opposite. She has no ideals by nature towards the virtual world. She is a normie trophy wife. So she is the absolute manifestation of she is the trad wife everyone wants, and the story reminds you of that like a million times. The prose in the actual books remind you of it very explicitly like a million times. We'll talk about what the show does to actually convey that info, because it's interesting, because it's SAO is an interesting case where there's a disparity in how info has to get established between the visual prose versus the written prose, because the books are not shy to just dumping statements on you like, yes, this is a thing, whereas we'll talk about this in a sec, but the anime really likes its show don't tell, but we'll get into that in a bit. Yo, Devin, yeah. Um, if you haven't, okay, if you haven't seen SAO, this analysis should still be accessible, at least for this stream. Later streams might start losing. So basically, why is this important? Why is it important that book 1 follows all this stuff, while book 2 is side stories? It's important because book 1 is a very unbroken thread of tension that just covers this core stuff. While book 2 also gets to be an unbroken thread of tension, but it's all side plot stuff. The anime does not work like this. This is not how the anime works. It throws this out, and what it does is it actually mixes book 1 and book 2 together to try and make the story go in a basic I don't think the anime is perfectly chronological. I could be wrong about that, but it basically goes in chronological order, and it tries to just make the stuff here integrated into this and then build all the way up into the climax of book 1. And it's almost reminiscent of Haruhi's broadcast order in that sense, where for those who don't know, Haruhi was originally aired with the episodes all chopped up in weird, random, like, not chronological order, and it was very like avant-garde and weird. And I think one of the reasons they did it is because the way Haruhi was actually originally published was that a lot of short stories of Haruhi actually dropped before the first book even came out. So a lot of people were reading these weird short stories about Haruhi not even knowing like who the characters were or what the context was, but it was still interesting to them. So the anime went, hey, what if we recreated that effect by just kind of scrambling the order? And what it does is it takes book 1 and it ends up scrambling in side stories in so that it gradually builds up to the climax of book 1, which is yeah, it's very weird and unconventional, and I don't prefer it. I think just reading the books in order is the better experience. I think watching the episodes in the intended order is the better experience. There's an issue with SAO's anime, though, where you can't do that. You can't. SAO anime only has one order that works. It's not like Haruhi, where you can reshuffle it into book order, because it's not a close enough adaptation. So, unfortunately, while Haruhi can just switch to a book order watching, sadly, you can't do that with SAO, really. You have to kind of watch it in the order the show does it, and we'll talk about that when we get to that. So that's the big question on everyone's mind. Is the anime worse than the books? Honestly, yes, it is worse. How much worse is it? It fluctuates. At its worst, the anime can be as bad as only 80% as good as the books. At its best, it's just a clean 100. There are times it's a perfect adaptation. So that's just something we have to kind of get out of the, put on our plates before we even start. Yes, unfortunately, the anime is worse, and unfortunately, it made this decision to restructure it. Why did it do that? Well, this gets into something really interesting. SAO is Aincrad arc is a death game story, right? That's what we all think, right? It's about death game. It's like Battle Royale or Squid Games, or I don't know, whatever. I don't know any others, but that's the thing. That's the thing. SAO is not really a death game story, and this is going to show up a couple times. I'll get to this as we get to it, but just for starters, let me tell you exactly what SAO is first. It's a weak tonal motion drama. What does that mean? What is a weak tonal motion drama? What that means is what drives the plot is actually the human state of characters, not actually direct cause and effect. Because in storytelling, there are two ways to anytime a plot needs to move, you always have two categories of options. You can either use weak tonal motion or you can use strong tonal motion. Strong tonal motion is quite easy to explain. It's just, hey, something happened, so as a result of that thing, something else happened. And you can see it all the time. Like, Shakespeare wrote most of his plays. He really understood strong tonal motion. He knew that if you're going to do strong tonal motion, you need to make something happen, and then you need to make something that absolutely is dictated by that thing that just happened. So you create these really nice, elegant cause and effect chains where it's like, oh, okay, Juliet. Oh my god, I forgot the end of it. Who thinks who is dead? No. Who faked their death? Romeo thinks Juliet is dead, so he drinks the poison and dies. And then turns out he wasn't actually dead. Anyway, that's strong tonal motion. The thing about strong tonal motion is that it's a lot more complicated than this, but to put it simply, it's worse. It's quote unquote worse. It's many things. Okay, it's like lower. It's a lower brow way of writing stories. It's more genre. It's more genre-y. Here's the thing. It's not actually worse. Like, you can write a story at top class level and put strong tonal motion in. Here's the issue, though. It reaches a complexity limit. It has a limit to its complexity, whereas weak tonal motion has no limit. And the reason for that is kind of easy to explain. It's just sort of like, you inherently enter a genre when you do strong tonal motion, and you inherently make everything between the immediate cause and effects less sensitive and less important to the actual story. So, for example, if I have a cause and effect chain needed, like in a story where I kill someone, and then the loved one of the person who got killed exacts vengeance, directly inspired by that, that's strong tonal motion. Now, notice how I'm speaking in kind of broad strokes there. Someone got killed, and then someone took vengeance. That's because everything that happens in between those spots is like less sensitive to the story now than the actual immediate direct cause and effects. In other words, it puts less emphasis on actual execution. Weak tonal motion doesn't work like that. Weak tonal motion puts much, much more emphasis on the actual immediate execution. So something like if you take something like, Clanad, which is mostly weak tonal motion, as much as the wrong facial expression of a character at a given time can actually ruin the entire story. I'm not joking. You can actually kill your entire plot just if it's very weak tonal motion driven, just by making a character make the wrong facial expression. Weak tonal motion stories are like diffusing bombs. So the point is that yes, SAO is like a death game type story, which is normally like a more thrillery genre type thing. Tends to be more strong tonal motion driven. SAO is actually a weak tonal motion human drama wearing kind of some skin of the more type death game type genre. So, with that in mind, we have to essentially explain what the anime changed here and why it's kind of a misrepresentation, you could say. Basically, I'm not going to dwell on this because this is actually going to come up quite a bit later. But basically, a lot of people who watched SAO, because of the restructuring, where it feels like, okay, this happens, then this happens, then this happens, rather than the huge jumps in chronology. And huge emphasis on this core of the character relationships, a lot of people ended up putting more genre expectations on it and thinking of it more as a like, oh, hard sci-fi thriller survival type story thing. It is not that. So let's talk about book 2, and you'll actually immediately see why there's kind of a little bit of an additional issue on the quality side with the way the anime restructured. Again, it's not a big deal, and you're going to see that the anime actually does a lot of very clever things to work around these problems. When we talk about episode 2, you'll see that quite a bit. But basically, we get the side stories in book 2. We get is first Silica's story, then the Elizabeth story, then the Yui story, and then finally the Sachi story. So there's actually, this is another issue with kind of conjoining them into one arc too. Book 1 and book 2 actually have different main themes. Book 1's main theme is, hold on, going to my notes. Manifestation of ideals. Manifestation of ideals. That is the main theme of book 1. And basically what that means is basically anything that can go along with that. If you have ideals, what makes them manifest in reality? What makes them not manifest in reality? When they manifest, do they have negative effects? Do they have positive effects? Do they have a mix? Do they end up being exactly as you envisioned? Do they end up being different than you envisioned? That's the main theme of book 1. Book 2 follows a different theme, which is dream / illusion versus reality. And so basically it's like, okay, where do you draw the line between what's dream and reality? How do you know something actually matters versus it's like fleeting? You know what? All we can do is perceive information. How do we know which information is actually important? Like what actually what makes something deserve the label of real versus not real? How do we know when something, is actually consequential and not just our perception? That's what book 2 covers. And what happens is all 4 of these side stories cover that theme, but each one of them focuses on a sub-theme. So in Silica's case, emphasis on roles and whether they reflect the real nature of a person or not. Elizabeth puts emphasis on, like, literally where do you draw the line? Like, where do you find that line between when something is actually real and consequential versus just, like, imagined or not? Yui puts emphasis on how do you define what's a lie or a fabrication? Like, when can you actually confidently say, yeah, this is fabricated, this is bullshit, this is a lie, versus, oh, it's actually, a legitimate thing. And Sachi's this is the big one. And this is where the anime suffers the most. Don't get me wrong, like, Sachi's episode is absolutely incredible. And we'll dive into that. Unto itself, the episode is, like, freaking flawless. But in terms of the structure, Sachi's arc was actually, her story was actually supposed to be the climax of everything. And that might sound really weird to say. It's like, oh, isn't the climax of SAO when Kirito duels Kayaba? No, that's not actually the true climax. The true climax of the entire thing that ties everything together is Sachi's arc. And the reason for that is because it does a bunch of things. Sachi's arc explains Kirito's psychological engine. So what happens in book 1 is it shows the introduction of the incident, like how they even entered SAO, how the whole, day one of SAO. But then it immediately skips way later And everything it depicts later is the entire engine of why Kirito acts the way he does is entirely because of what happened with Sachi. For those who don't know, Kirito joined a guild of nerds, and in it was a girl that was kind of cute, and she was very cowardly. She was very timid, very emotionally sensitive. He vowed to protect her. He anticlimactically failed at doing so. So the big thing is that it really puts a spotlight, Sachi's arc, it really puts a spotlight on what is real or fake when it comes to the bonds between people. And what that does is it actually links every single sub-theme in the entire story together while also explaining Kirito's psychology and stuff. So it's the unifier. This is the big unifying thing. And in the anime, it's just Ep 3. It just comes and goes. It's just boom, Ep 3 happens and it's over. Not only is it really good as an ender for the entire arc, but it actually its energy pushes into the Alfheim stuff. Basically, like Tsugaha's arc. It pushes into that extremely well because it sets up the thematic emphasis change into Alfheim, which has like a huge emphasis on bonds between people. So not only does Sachi's arc unify all the actual themes going on up to that point, but it actually is the main momentum that pushes into the next arc, which is another reason why in the anime, when Alfheim comes on, it feels like a little bit jarring. And that's because it much more elegantly is supposed to come after Sachi's arc. Another thing to note is SAO actually has a lot of improvements from its 2002 version when it made its print media version. I read a little bit of the web novel, and yeah, it's much worse at times. So that's another thing to keep in mind. It's a very weird, unorthodox story as a result of just a million of all these factors coming together. That being said, you're going to see when we go through the anime actually does some very clever stuff. They didn't do this without thinking. It actually functions in the new restructure. And they did some clever and interesting things to get that to work. It's still worse for it though, but the thing is this is also one of the reasons it's nice to mention the utility thing. The actual accessibility of the story is a lot higher with their restructure and thus utility. If they depicted the show as the books were set up, everyone would just kind of be confused. They're like, what's with this weird... It's funny and kind of sad that something that just works in a book form, like even a light novel, which young people read and are fine with, so a structure that they can just accept as fine reads as like some weird artsy avant-garde thing once you put it into film, TV form, whatever. It's just like, it's a fact of the matter that if they just followed the book order, people would be like, what's with this weird avant-garde storytelling? This makes no sense. Why are we jumping all around chronologically? But what it would have done is it would have made the tonal arcs a little bit more digestible. So it's a trade-off. It's a thing that happens. It's just one of those things you have to accept about anime adaptation. So yeah, anime reviewers were... That's what's interesting about SAO. Its reception at the time was very... Again, I'm not going to try to talk about reception too much here. I figure we'll just do one last chance since we're about to enter the pros analysis section now. The big thing with the reception of SAO at the time is very much a cultural sort of footprint of the sort of AniTube of the time and the sort of Western anime consumer of the time. We were very childish back then. And we were, I mean, back then, if you were to tell someone like shonen slop is trash, like the average person would be like confused. Like that was like controversial to say back then. Like back then to us, anime like was like, even in the tens, anime still was like shonen slop and stuff, and it was like it was considered like adventurous to branch out into, you know, like better written stuff or stuff with like a more inherently sophisticated genre to it or whatever. And yeah, oh my god, I just they really were not ready for all the crazy curveballs SAO was going to throw to them. You know, wearing some of the skin of accessible genre while being this like weak tonal motion driven thing where, you know, oh, all the little character details matter and stuff. It's just, it was a really interesting experiment in culture. Yes, the virus. Yes, you're making a good point. That's a thing that we have very much culturally left behind, which is like, it's bad because harems are bad. Yeah, that's a classic. That's a classic old cultural footprint. All right, so let's dive into the actual pros. So we ahead of time, we already talked about how boldly it comes on with that initial like, yes, fuck immediate logic. It's just, this is the near future and our idea. Oh, god damn it, Clip Studio. This is the immediate future and our ideals have manifested. So, oh yeah. Before we start, let's do a basic mood analysis. Because moods are important. Mood palette is really important. Let's just throw our mood palette here. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't do a mood palette analysis before starting, so this is actually gonna happen on the fly. Also, I forgot how to spell palette. I don't think that's how you spell palette. I don't think that's how you spell it either. 1L, 2 T's. All right, so let's do a basic mood palette analysis. Let's actually just use scenes as an example. Wait, no, it's the bruh. Okay. So you can honestly, like, this is all you need to know what one of the mood palette or one of the moods is, which is just literally it's a dark mundane mood. And if you're to give it an actual honestly, I'd literally call it like lonely / solitude. That's something you're gonna see shows up a lot. This is very functional. This is almost one of its bread and butter moods. Another one is actually the one you can see with the whole Klein event. This one shows up a lot, which is bright and social. And we'll call this one friendly. Basically, you can already see what the story's going for just by defining these two moods, because these are inverse moods. When you get inverse moods like this, they're almost always defining the conflict here. They're almost always corresponding to the core conflict. So right out of the gate, you can tell that huge, you know, thematic focus of the story is just like, okay, the nature of human relationships, the nature of solitude versus socialness and stuff. And that's something I'll mention this a few times as we go through, but it's really interesting how much that like really adds like a dangerous sort of bite to the story. We'll get there though. We'll get there. I'm not gonna jump the gun. Finally, we have urgency. And notice how it's urgency and not just a general crushing fear. This is one that's really interesting because, again, this really signals that it's like not just a death game. By putting the emphasis on urgency and not a more classic horror type mood, again, it puts a lot of emphasis on sort of the more complex human stuff, because urgency is a more flexible mood than just crushing fear. And again, that's another one of those things you're going to see comes up a lot. Like it every time it favors the every time it can favor the more like human over the more like genre, it tends to make that pick. And then finally we have triumphant. We have the triumphant mood, which you're getting here. What you're getting in this last scene is actually a mix. You're actually getting a mix of this mood, this dark mundane mood, with triumph. And you'll actually find that this one is actually really rare to find alone, which is really cool. It gives the story a very dark edge. I would say in general, SAO is a pretty dark leaning story in terms of the actual mood palette. It's very rare for SAO to have just sort of bright breathing time. Usually it's always ready to just throw something kind of this big emphasis on like social conflicts is always kind of polluting the any bit of like relief you could easily get. It gives the story a really kind of poignant, almost miasma to it. Like I said, we'll talk about that in a little bit. It's a very it's safe to say it's a mean-spirited story. You literally get prose. Let's put it this way. You get prose in SAO where in one part in the narration, it's like it's narrated through Kirito's perspective, and he's like, "Taihen inikui koto dakedo," as in like, it's a very difficult thing to say, but I gotta say it. And he's like, the number of attractive girls in SAO, the game, is quite low. It's quite low. The number of girls to begin with is extremely low. The number of them are attractive is like nearly zero. And that's really functional to the story. Because in general, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to get used to it. SMV dynamics, for those who don't know, who don't know incel logo, this means sexual market value. This is crucial to, you cannot talk about SAO without getting deep into the weeds of SMV discussions. It's so on the nose with it. It's so functional to the story. It's reflected in the art style. It's everywhere. It's a ballsy thing to talk about because yes, it upsets people. It's probably the single most upsetting topic you can possibly pick, and SAO goes right for the jugular with it. It's not shy about it at all. So we'll talk about that when that shows up. It's pretty funny. Yes, Nova, that's a great point, Nova. I'm glad I caught that comment. Yes, urgency is actually, it's mixed in terms of its like darkness, brightness level. But it actually leans towards bright. It's sort of it's a halfway between bright and dark, which is one of the reasons it's really interesting, because that's why you'll see, like, even in the scene when Kayaba comes out and he's being all scary and shit, that scene has like there's always an odd amount of brightness in every scene where like urgent shit is going down. You'll find the story never just goes boom, dark ass fear stuff, and that gives the story a really, really unique flavor. Anyway, well, let's jump in. Thank you for that comment, Nova. I'm glad I caught that. Okay, so we start off right out of the gate. This is like the anime starts with like a basic commercial for SAO, sort of like a in-universe teaser type thing. basically, this imagery alone gives us our first motif, which is hierarchy. This is a crazy crucial motif for SAO. It's highlighting pretty much, it's there in pretty much like every major functional moment almost. It's one of its most spammed motifs, to the point where it visually manifests, it conceptually manifests, it has so many applications. It's no question, it's the most important element to catch on to with it. And it's great because the actual design of Aincrad in the first place is so well, it's so well designed for this motif. The way it's a floating castle in a fantasy realm, but then even within it, it has floors. It's just such a great design to emphasize hierarchy. But I love this teaser because it's kind of like a Trojan horse. It's like, ooh, adventure. It's so adventurous. As of this point, it's purely latent. The hierarchy motif is purely latent. Like you don't know if it's important that this thing is floating. You just know that it's floating. Like the story has to then later actually confirm that. And so then we go to the next one. You get this really great contrast. Really great. You'll notice really high mundane emphasis here. There's a lot of people together, but there's a lonely mood here. And that's why I say like the lonely and mundane are highly stuck together in SAO. This is not a flattering composition. We're gonna have to talk about Moodle establishment versus visual prose for a sec. So here's the thing about visual storytelling. Every pixel matters. Yes, that is true. Every pixel on the screen is functional. There is no rule of cool. There is no rule of cool in good storytelling. Does not exist. Nothing is there just because it looks cool. Many things are chosen because they look cool and then adapted to working. So it's like, okay, let's start with just something I know I want this cool thing, but how do we make it work? But there is no pure rule of cool. That's just bad. That's just bad storytelling. So the thing with visual prose is you have to be able to convert it into words. Visual prose is as functional as you can prove it turns into words, specific words. How do you prove it can turn into specific words? That's quite complex. Like, for example, if I was to really dig into this composition and I was to do things like actually outline every single person here, I would be able to come to conclusions like, okay, first off, it's a crowd of people, but they're occupying, first of all, they're shoved to one side, and then second of all, the building and actual street information is dominant over them. And by dominant, I mean like quite literally taking up more space over them. It's also more colorful. There's much more color variety here, and even brightness value variety than there is in the crowd. This is all prosely consequential. And the reason I have to talk about Moodle establishment via prose is because if we don't want to be here, if we don't want this analysis to take like literally 1,000 hours, we have to just accept that visual prose exists and that images convert to words in a basic system. So we're going to have to use the honor system when it comes to interpreting visual prose. I am fine with breaking down this screenshot only to use as a tutorial, but from here on, you're just going to have to use the honor system. We're just going to have to be like, trust me, bro, when I say that something is being established via visual prose, because it just simply takes too long. I can't do an actual visual breakdown of like, yo, check it out, these values contrasting here, and then this gestural line. indicates this and blah blah blah. Again, I can do it for this. In fact, actually, let's do that. Emphasis on this road gestural line. This one's really interesting because it actually, what it does is it really separates, like, these dudes are not normies. You know, it's like there's a huge emphasis on the way these buildings are, like, intended to, quote unquote, intended to be used here, versus the actual, like, you know, presentation of all the nerds collected to get their nerve gear and to collect SAO, you know, the actual software. Yeah, we're sorry, Lego boy. Oh, that's a good question, Wares. As far as the cabin stuff, that one is really interesting, yeah, because that one actually, the cabin actually combines both of these moods at once with, there's even some of the Triumph stuff in there. We'll get to that when we get to that. But yeah, that's actually a really good question because it's it's a good call to point out the cabin because it has so much tonal emphasis put on it when we get to that. And yeah, it's very moodily dense because it combines a lot of elements, which is why it's really good. Its placement as a subclimax in the subclimax, because the cabin, the whole cabin arc shows up in the subclimax of the story. And yeah, it's a lot of the time subclimax sections of stories will put more like moodily dense stuff in there. The cabin is really good at conveying like that conflict of many things at once. It has a solitude to it, but it also has like a friendly socialness to it. But then at the same time, it even has like that feeling of triumph because like they earned it through fighting and stuff. Anyway, really interesting stuff. We'll get to that when we get to that. So yes, someone put it really well. The mundane lining up for the game nerve gear contrasted with the bright, cheery news announcer. Absolutely, really good detail. Helps convey a link between these two things entirely as well. It's like, oh, all the dorks here, they want to get here. That's, you know, that contrast really helps. Unfortunately, I guess I'll just get this out of the way now. Audio is going to get a little bit shafted in these analyses. Unfortunately, it's just a sacrifice we have to make. Audio is my weakest skill, and it's tends to be less functional than visuals in anime. Not to say audio is extremely important, but yeah, it tends to be a little less functional. So I'm there will be a few times I'll mention audio things, but for the most part, unfortunately, audio is gonna have to take a backseat, or we'll just never get through this stuff. It's okay if you're late because we're just starting the prosal analysis, the prose analysis of episode 1. We were just done doing a basic structural analysis, very loose structural analysis. So yeah, so basically that's how visual prose works. Every single detail matters. Yes, putting these lights here matters. Having these lights that appeal to like the general street public, while the lights here point inward towards the actual shop, that is deliberate. That is functional. Yes. Designing visual prose really is that hard. You have to think about everything. Everything matters. So anyway, that's that. So from here on, we're going to be using the honor system mostly with visual prose. If something is like really worth pointing out in the visual prose, I'll break it down. But for the most part, we're going to be using the honor system when breaking down visual prose. So stress is not even put on excitement here. You're getting a little bit of that bright social mood, like with the audio and stuff. And with the fact that like we get imagery like this now, with this is Klein's crew, you know, lining up to get their SAO software and their nerve gear, which lets them enter the game, day 1. But you'll notice like even stuff too, like the comments, there's a cynicism to the comments, which is just great because it's like stuff like this really helps set the Moodle palette of the entire story in gear. It's like this isn't just simply like, oh, it's not just bright friendly. Oh, this actually inherently answers the question. How do you distinguish a compound mood versus a singular mood? Basically, if there's any contradictions in the Moodle state, you're seeing a compound mood. If there's no contradictions, then it's a non-compound mood. It's just a singular mood. So if I feel purely happy, obviously that's not a compound mood. But if I feel bittersweet, that's a compound mood because there's contradictions. The sweetness contrasts the bitterness. They literally disagree with each other. One is going brighter, the other one's going a little darker. They disagree. That's a compound mood. Compound moods are really useful because they create tension unto themselves. A compound mood is automatically a source of conflict unto itself. And that's actually what we're getting here. It's a nice compound mood. Klein's crew is just bright as hell. Cynicism in the comments. And there's even that mundane cynicism, that mundane solitude vibe to the very setting they're in. So that is then stressed. Finally, when we go over to Kirito, we get yet a third contrasting state, which is that fanatics also fanatic. So we're starting to get a foil relationship here. And for this episode, Klein and Kirito are foils for the duration of this entire episode. Foil. And for those who don't know, I'm sure everyone knows what a foil is. A foil is just when you have two characters and they are in comparable situations. So there's a control between them. It's almost like the scientific method. There's a control between them. And what that control does, that shared space between them, is it puts highlighting huge emphasis on their differences. And that's exactly what we're getting here. Klein is a fanatic. This is Klein. And these are his boys. They're fanatics who lined up day one. Kirito is also a fanatic, but he's in his room day one. He's already got his stuff. He already got hold of everything. He didn't even have to line up for it day one. He got it pre-sale. He was a beta tester. He got it before it was even sold. So he's already equipped. And notice, it's really interesting how moodily there's brightness coming from two things. One of them is colorful, one of them isn't. The rest is dark. This is super, super cool because this sets up a lot of crap instantly. Basically, the colorfulness, when you get... We'll talk about this more in a little bit. Colorfulness thus far is associated with the actual in-game SAO. Because the real world was already stressed to be a much, like, duller palette and all that stuff. So there is Moodle brightness emphasized with SAO and Moodle darkness associated with the real world. But when you get Klein's crew, it really emphasizes that they're hyped and that their composition is not dull. It's a much more colorful composition, and you get a really clever, nice sequencing of that into Kirito's room, where it's like, oh, only his computer monitor being essentially a dividing line, essentially serves as a window unto itself into a more colorful world. That's the more colorful thing. But his actual realm is like super dull and all that shit. So you get this funny contrast where it's like, okay, Klein is the type of fanatic where SAO is actually brightening up his world, whereas Kirito is the type of fanatic where he's so dark that, like, even though he's about to enter SAO, it's not actually brightening up his world. And then there's that great detail where it's like emphasis on Kayaba. They're pumped about actually getting the software and being with each other in a social thing. Kirito cares about Kayaba, and this is super, super functional. Because there's going to be a constant comparison between these two. That, as I said earlier, is the engine of the story. So yeah, you can straight up see that, like, okay, both fanatics, but Klein is occupying this space more, whereas Kirito's occupying this space more. So, as far as your question, where do you learn analysis? Lots of reading and writing and analyzing. You can't do without writing your own stuff, though. You have to get good at actually writing your own stories if you want to be good at analysis. I mean, theoretically, you could maybe get good at analysis without writing your own stuff, but I doubt it. You'd have to be some kind of weird genius of analysis or something. Okay. Quick tangent. We can't avoid talking about the Kuleshov effect, or however you pronounce this. I don't know how to pronounce this. The Kuleshov effect. What this is basically an effect, a concept in storytelling where things change depending on the sequence of order. So in this case, if these are three frames of a movie, so this is cut 1, this is cut 1, this is cut 2, and this is cut 3. This is this is film A, and this is film B. In film A, this guy, so this is the same guy. We'll make him a little green to emphasize that. Got green paint on him. The guy with green paint on him is a friendly guy. He's friendly in film A. He's a sociopath, maybe. Maybe. It's not confirmed. But he's neither is his friendliness. They're unconfirmed, but they're suggested. So it's suggested that he's friendly in A, but it's suggested that he's a sociopath in B. In B, he doesn't care. He's smiling while this guy's upset. In A, it looks like this guy's very neutral, so he's just trying to be cheerful in front of a neutral guy. So, here's the funny thing. It's kind of sad that we even need... Bro is green. It's kind of sad that this even needs a name. That this school shop thing even needs a name. Like, guys, imagine if there was a thing called the Howard effect, and it's literally just describing that in a paragraph or like a page of text, that sentences that come before other sentences affect the meaning of the sentences after. Like, it's genuinely kind of sad that, like, they even had to name that effect. Like, that's how, like, kind of, I guess you could say, like, defaultly illiterate film culture is, that, like, we literally need to give a actual term to the fact that things in sequence affect meaning. But, you know, here we are. So I think I'll use that term from now on, the Howard effect, just to describe that sentence. Yeah, it's just common sense. Is this Gaster from the hit 2015 game Undertale? Yes. That's you were watching Gaster explain Sword Art Online right now. That's what happens. Turns out he's a fan. So, number 6. This is really nice. The paper cut, for those who can't see it, Kirito got a paper cut from the magazine where he's reading about Kayaba. Now, what's really cool about this is the actual characterization stuff it does, and this is super important. The sort of like strength and weakness established around Kirito is very functional to the story at all times. So the fact that the first thing we get from him is a show of like clumsiness and weakness, while in the real world, is super functional because establishments in stories work very similar to how I've never been to outer space, but from what I hear, an object in motion in outer space just stays in motion until something else intercepts it or whatever. That's how characterization works as well. So when a character is first introduced, like we got Kirito here, yeah, we can derive some things from this, but there's a lot of things Kirito could be just from this. There's not a lot of things he can be now. And what you'll notice is this is one of the huge differences. This is a huge tell between professional writers and non-professional writers. Professional writers waste no time. They are very aware that first impressions are like setting up everything. That you can't have any noise in a first impression. So it's super deliberate to put real world Kirito's first major characterization thing as a expression of clumsiness and weakness. Not only that, but organic info. And notice how it is very deliberate that he like actually minds it, like he actually stares at it, because it means that his own organic info is seen as like, if you're to read his facial expression here, there's a bit of like, it's not shock, but there's a off-pageness here. That's super important because it's like we're actually about to get a huge contrast in the next thing. This is really great. This is huge. This is so... What's about to happen is so big for the story that, like, it's kind of almost... It's borderline silly that this is all happening in the first minute, given how important this shit is, but, you know, welcome to the medium of anime. If you blink, the story dies. So Kirito gets called to from Suguha, who says, Bukatsu itekuru ne. So Suguha is his cousin. You can see her here. And she yells to him. It's not in the screenshot, but she calls him Oni-chan. And all that Kirito does is look at the door. That's all he does. He just looks at the door after getting called to. And here's the door. Here's the door that beyond that door is where he got shouted to from Suguha. And this is really, really cool because Suguha is the first thing. Suguha is a combo breaker here. She is the first thing in the story thus far that's broken from this whole entire SAO paradigm. She's the first, this sort of like ideal versus mundane shit. She's the first thing that's just simply bright, social, bright and social, but utterly disconnected from the economy of like anything to do with SAO. As in the actual like software SAO. And what's really, really cool is that the second she shouts to Kirito, you get this great freaking dark as hell shot of the door. Just really, really dark. Again, let me emphasize, this is not incidental. This is not the result of just incidental art style stuff. Every pixel matters. If something has actual writing, everything in the visual prose is functioning. There is no mistake that this cut corresponds to this mood very heavily. The Lonely Solitude, the Dark Mundane. And really, really cool detail too. You have this kind of like smart alarm clock thing here with a reflective surface, and you can actually see the window from outside even reflected in it, which actually directly connects to the next cut, where you get to see Suguha actually outside. And it's this really, really cool thing where it's like this door is what leads here, and on the other end is Suguha, but it is dark. It is dark and lonely in connotation. Kirito doesn't say a thing. He's just got this kind of checked out facial expression. Like, he's just like, you know, he is not about to make a socially empathetic remark back to Suguha. This is very, very... It's very pathetic, to put it simply. It's very pathetic characterization of Kirito here. And what's really cool is we get Suguha doing this very energetic motion. Bright, energetic motion. And it's actually funny because there's even a little bit of urgency in it, interestingly enough. So you're getting like these two together, which is just freaking great, because it's just like the fact that she can be so bright against like this ridiculously mundane backdrop and shit, and break the like, oh, you're either bright in SAO or you're dark and mundane in the real world. Massive, massive harbinger of topics that are to come, conflicts that are to come throughout this episode and throughout the entire series. And so yeah, she's literally mixed into the real world, but she adds a conflict immediately to the real world. Brightness, bright, quote unquote good, like positive things of a positive nature, and friendly things, they exist in the real world. Like, holy crap, like Kirito is like he is gung-ho to enter this game shit and stuff, and like look at how fucking doomer his mundane dark world is. He's obsessed with this, you know, he's miring this sociopath dude. But oh my god, there is something actually good about the real world though, and it's Suguha. And here is where we get a really this shit's amazing. I can't really glaze this enough. This is just so good. Like the timing, the composition, everything is just so great here. I'm gonna try not to fanboy too much, but there are a few times where I have to. There's one other time in this episode I'm gonna fanboy a little bit. Just there's two cuts in this episode that I just or not cuts, but like sections, scenes, parts of scenes that I can't help but fanboy a little bit about. Kirito distinctly follows her with his gaze, followed by the following images tied to Kirito's focus. So because of the fucking cool shop effect, the cool shop effect, we know that these three are tied to Kirito's consciousness. Kirito's thoughts. Let's just say Kirito's focus. So one of the things that's really great is the way he follows her so mechanically with his eyes. There's so little like actual humanity coming from Kirito in this gesture. Really little humanity, very low empathy, very like you could say autistic. You know, I don't think Kirito has autism. I think he has self-made weakness induced autism, but you know, whatever your headcanon is fine. But for whatever reason, he is doing a very low empathy gesture here. He doesn't say anything to Suguha. He just stands up, follows her with his eyes outside the window. Then his thoughts go to the suburban setting of outside his home. And then his thoughts go to this image of both tradition and nature, this Japanese, like this wafu trad shit, with also an emphasis on like green and nature and stuff. This is phenomenal because what this does is it actually gradiates, and notice how there's an actual gradient between these three cuts. Not only does it go from darker to brighter, but it actually goes from more urban emphasis to natural emphasis. Because here you get this like cityscape, you know, dark side of the houses and stuff. And then here you get this really interesting, okay, it's a brighter show of the houses with a more social emphasis because of the windows getting emphasis. And then finally, boom, it opens up to this more nature thing. And because this is by far the brightest actual, not only is it conceptually detached from everything we've seen of the real world so far, everything we've seen of the real world so far has put emphasis on suburban or urban stuff. This is the first time the setting has been shown to us for nature. And on top of that, it is coming at the end of a darkness to brightness ramp. So literally, this confirms that Kirito following Suguha, Kirito notes, just by something trivial like Suguha running outside, is that Suguha heads toward brightness in the real world. And since we already have brightness associated with socialness, for several reasons, but particularly because of Klein. Yeah, we have this conflict now where it's like, oh, social bright exists in the real world, and it bothers Kirito. We don't know if it bothers him, but we know it gets his focus enough to stand up and follow it with his eyes. So that's a major source of tension. Such a great cut. Okay. Next we get, this is great. This cut actually gets reprised later. You'll see later. But yeah, really dark, big dark, you know, uses that symbolic darkness. You can't see his eyes. He's in Chris Deltarune mode right now. This eyeless thing will never not be like the Toby Fox trope now. after he's well established his obsession with it. Anyway, so everything is connotated darkly here. It's worth noting that like the second he puts the nerve gear on, there's only two things now. There's light from the window, which is barely peeking through, and it's pure gray. It's a mundane. It's brighter, but it's not bright, and it's very mundane. He himself is emphasized as dark. So this is purely, you know, to put it simply, bad thing. It's very bad thing connotated. And now what's interesting about this is the average viewer could maybe see this as like, oh, we're about to enter a death game, right? The thing is, though, is that it's actually, hold on. My freaking stool is a shit. I have to figure it. Okay, so the thing here is, again, I was gonna say this a little later in the analysis, but I might as well just say it now. I don't want to insult the average viewer while doing analyses as much as I possibly can, especially because I was the average viewer until I learned how to do this type of shit. But you kind of have to talk about like common traps and stuff and like common ways people view things because it's just there's no avoiding it. So I'm going to try to not dunk on the average viewer too much, but you know, can't help it a little bit. So it's very, very common. A very commonly way you might watch all this stuff is to just go, oh, okay, exciting SAO software thing. Oh my god, I just made Clip Studio have a heart attack. Okay. Exciting SAO software thing. Huh. Dark mood. This is ominous. I guess we're gonna enter. I guess that's because we're about to enter a death game thing. The fact of the matter is that it's not that. It's actually corresponding to his reaction to Suguha. Because it's coming right after this. Again, that cool shop effect thing. Anytime a thing happens right after another thing, it always defaults to being a response to that thing unless overridden. And there's nothing to override it. So this is clearly a response to Suguha. Enters, puts that nerve gear on like a boss eagerly, but it's very dark. So he enters this game with dark emotions, and that's because he's running from all this crap. He's running from it. Escapism. It's an escapism thing. To put it simply, it's an escapism thing. So this is dark here because not because he's about to enter a death game. It's dark right now because it's a response to what we just saw here. And this is really great because this composition kind of ties together a lot of the irony where it's like, okay, the computer is even shut off now. This was by far the most colorful thing before. So this was the only thing that was adding colorfulness to Kirito's world. He's even shut that off now. So there's no like, this was the one thing he was this is the only thing he showed investment in the real world. Other than the window. And the window he showed investment in because Suguha was outside of it. So you see something interesting that happened here? He shut off the computer, but he didn't shut the window. And the window actually shines on him while he's in the game. And this is just such a on the nose. It's like, okay, fuck the computer screen because we're about to go into the virtual world, which is way better. You know, in fact, fuck my whole room. It can just be dark. I don't even care about it. But the window corresponds to shit that's still on his mind. It's rent-free. Suguha is rent-free. She's not paying any rent in Kirito's mind. And this is just a really nice on-the-nose composition to emphasize that. All right. We gotta talk about a little bit of an elephant in the room. Two things. Functional symbolism. And also, I'm just gonna jump on my soapbox for like 2 seconds. As much as I just glazed everything you saw right here, I really don't like I feel like good anime. We're not talking about bad anime here. Like I feel like there is a bit of a sort of show don't tell obsession in anime that's borderline problematic from a like consumer standpoint. And this is why I say, like, I really mean it when I say, like, I don't want to shit on the consumer. Like, I don't think you're a bad person or necessarily unintelligent. If, like I said, none of this stuff entered your head upon seeing all this stuff, and you just watched it like, okay, what's gonna happen? I don't know what's gonna happen. I don't necessarily think you're dumb, but the thing is that you did not really watch the show if this info didn't enter your head. This is not extra. Like, this is the show. Everything I went over just now, like, that is the show. That's not like diving deeper into the show. That's not like advanced take on the show. I mean, to put it into exact words is advanced, but to just feel that it has all those properties, that's just a normal read. That's just basic literary comprehension. Like, if you're reading a book, this is the info you'd expect to get out of the book. And it's kind of unfortunate because visual prose is harder to follow than written prose. And written prose is already a little tricky. Exactly, DeVirus. It's the content. It's not an interpretation, it's the content. It's the content itself. And interpretation is how you feel about it, you know, or any subjective component of it, or, you know, anything like that. And the thing about it is, it's unfortunate because I feel like there's a huge tendency with the writers to scorn the audience and feel like, well, no one's going to get what I'm writing anyway, so just fuck it. And I feel like a lot of directors in anime kind of inherited that. And they make a lot of stuff that just kind of says, you know what? Fuck the audience. This is just going to show, don't tell. If they get it, they get it. If they don't, they don't. Like, I see no issue. I think that SAO absolutely could have had a, like, Kyon from Haruhi style, like, narration from Kirito the entire time. I think this entire segment could have been done in the same exact amount of screen time while making itself more clear to, like, less sensitive viewers and stuff without hurting the quality. Anyway, that's just something I have to kind of get off my chest. That, like, I think that it's almost unfair, the sheer extent to which anime is directed, like, well-written anime is directed. A lot of it is just not that accessible, and it's unfortunate, but that's the world we live in. Kirito is cute. Yeah, that's great, Alien. Like, number one is just... It's just if you can, you know, if you can just really follow stuff. Kirito, that's top 10 most powerful fusions. All right, so let's talk about functional symbolism. Okay, this might come as a shock to some people, especially, you know, people who maybe were overexposed to pretentious, like, film tard culture. There's kind of a lot of unfortunate things that started from film tard culture where they kind of, like, know that most of their media is kind of, like, lowbrow, and, like, most film tards know that most films do not have good writing. And they kind of turn to, like, copes, like, oh, well, they have different goals and stuff. And one thing that they'll commonly turn to is symbolism. And you'll often see people try to talk about how symbolism is depth and stuff. But the thing is by default, symbolism is nothing. This might come as a shock to some people. It might make perfect sense to others. But symbolism is just, it doesn't do anything. It's perfectly non-functional. It's non-functional. And that's because there's no proof that a symbol actually matters within the work. So, for example, if I put a broken heart on screen, I don't know how to draw a broken heart. Holy shit. Something like that. If I draw a broken heart on the screen like that, there's no actual proof that, like, this symbolizes unrequited love. And so by default, it doesn't actually, like, do that. It doesn't actually have those properties yet. Now, here's where functional symbolism comes in. If I was to depict a scene, this is one of the crews, this would be kind of like avant-garde. Most things wouldn't do this. But if I was to depict this symbol over an actual scene depicting unrequited love, like I keep throwing this broken heart symbol at you, this is now going to be moodily imbued. So functional symbolism is when you imbue something with, you know, what do you know? Function. So basically you either logically and or moodily tie it to things that actually do things. Alien Run, you're saying that telling should be done in conjunction to showing when it's applicable. That's my personal philosophy. You don't have to. It doesn't affect quality. As long as the thing is proven or not, that's what matters. My personal philosophy is be as clear as possible. That's just me. But, you know. Exactly. It's just like real life, Nova. Symbols only get meaning because they go through a system that proves that they have meaning. So, a really good example of a really, like, crude functional symbol in a story that worked quite well was, if you've seen recently the Oshinoko, that has a thing with the character Ai. She has, like, these sparkly eyes. And what actually happens is it shows when she was young. Her sparkly eye actually was, like, black. It was, like, pitch black. So instead of, like, a sparkly eye, she had this, like, evil dark eye thing. And then after she becomes an idol and gets excited about the idea, it becomes, like, bright and sparkly. That's, like, a really, really... It works. Like, I'm not criticizing it, but it's a really crude example of functional symbolism. Because it's just like, okay, the state of this sparkle is tied to this character's mental state. When it's all dark like this, it's depressive. When it's bright like this, it's manic. This works. This functional symbolism works because there's no contradictions. There's association and then zero contradictions. That's how you achieve functional symbolism. You have to associate things and then make sure no contradictions break what that association was suggesting. That's when you get functional symbolism. So, in this case, the window has functional symbolism because it represents not only the outside world, but it also is a functional stand-in for Suguha, and by extension, his weird, messed up relationship with Suguha, where they have this weird, awkward distance between them. They're not estranged, but, you know, there's an awkward distance between them. The window has been successfully imbued with those properties because of this, and then nothing contradicted it. Thus, functional symbolism. So, this is actually a good opportunity to talk about 3 ways themes can be established. So, theme starts activating, and by activating, I mean it gets developed in 3 different ways. And the first one is character. I have two words for each, just because it's like, the one I put not in parentheses is the, like, sort of more technical perspective. the one I put in the one that I put on the left is, or the one I put in parentheses is the more sort of like, you know, I guess you could say colloquial or whatever. You get what I mean. Compositional, and this is sort of like scene. This is basically the scene to scene. What's happening? Composition in a storytelling context basically just means what's the frickin' scene. Oh shit. I just realized, Will, I forgot to ping everyone in the frickin' server. Holy crap. I forgot. Sorry. Sorry, bros. I can't believe I did that. Well, whatever. There will always be the VOD. So compositional scene. And then finally conceptual. And this is ideas. This is stuff that lives in idea space. So they actually they decrease intangibility as they go down. So tangible abstracts. So yes. The parentheses ones are the less sort of technical way of putting it. So basically, with character / psychology, basically, if you have a simple like, oh yeah. Before I actually get to that, this is a slight simplification. But it is effectively, for all intents and purposes, it is a true statement to say that all thematic development is irony expressed through conflict. What does that mean? Basically, is whenever there are things that contradict each other at a fundamental level, at like a deep level, sort of atomic level, that's theme. And how you get these fundamental contradictions depends on the actual depiction. So in one depiction, things might contradict, but in another depiction, things might not. Like one framing, storytelling is all about the framing, and you'll see that right now with these examples. So a good example in this scene, we have an example of all three in this scene. On the character level, we have, let's switch to the red. On the character level, we have Kirito's friction with Suguha and the game. So Kirito is stuck. On one hand, he's got this clear investment in Suguha. Like, he is like, damn, Suguha has my investment somehow. I literally stood up, stared out there, got proof that there's like brightness associated with her. But fuck it, I am going into this game. There's a psychological friction in his mind that is ironic. It's like, oh, I'm heading into this game because it's like a bright salvation thing, but I'm ignoring this other thing that is also bright. And since we don't have any further information than that, for our framing, that's thematic development, because all we know is he's rejecting one bright thing for a different bright thing. We don't know any of the details. That's why framing matters. This gets resolved when we start getting answers to those questions, like why? Why is he doing that? You know, but for now, it's in conflict state. Oh yeah, sorry. slash resolution. Resolutions also matter. We're not going to worry about that right now, though. So compositionally, the scene stuff, this is actually really cool because you can actually really see how Visual Pros makes a huge effort for this stuff. This was very deliberate. They literally made Kirito divide the window from the computer screen stuff, from the colorful computer screen stuff, which also shows SAO shit on it. That was really deliberate because it's stating, it's a hard statement of like, he is quite literally in physical space standing between these things and these framing. But he's also caught between the two of them as a literal investment. And we have proof of that because of, what he's paying attention to. So that's thematic development. That's thematic irony on a scene level, on an actual physical, like what conceptual, like not conceptually, sorry. What elements in this scene actually fundamentally contrast and contradict each other. And in this case, it's what's on his computer and what he's invested in SAO and stuff with the actual like window and what's going on with Suguha out there. Those two things contradict each other because they share properties in common, but then they go in also different directions. They also they are literally both screens too, which is like that's like a nice compositional irony where it's like, oh, two screens, they're both screens. They're both screens that point to something you can't directly touch. But that's what's cool too. It's like both of them show screens of things you can't directly touch, but there's a way to physically interact with either. If you enter SAO, you can start interacting with what's on his computer screen. You can start interacting with the SAO world. And if you just go outside that door that got that ominous emphasis, where the hell are we? Yeah, if you just go outside this door, oh, well, then you can interact with what's beyond this screen. Anyway, it's just it's a really nice compositional irony. And then finally, conceptual. Conceptual is ideas. It's when ideas contradict each other. Because of these two, we then end up with this final irony of like, well, what even is going outside? What does it mean to go outside? Is going outside getting to the other side of a screen? If so, does putting the nerve gear on mean you went outside? So you can see how like the thematic development gets more abstract as it goes down, but you can also see how everything here every layer relies on the one above it. So to hit something conceptual, you need compositional and character irony. To hit compositional, you need character stuff. Character stuff can just happen on its own. This has no dependencies. This depends on this, and this depends on this, and this. So anyway, that's theme. Just in a nutshell, that's how you establish theme. Themes are fundamental contradictions and ironies exposed about a topic. So in this case, it's the topic of the definition of outside. What even is outside? What is the concept of outside? That's the main theme of these compositions we just saw. So yeah, let's just stop and note, like, I wanted to keep us in a little bit of suspense. Like, the title of the stream, right, is like, how good was Sword Art Online actually? I mean that quite literally. Like, we're gonna kind of answer that like quite literally. Like, where does it stack up to other stuff? Now, if you thought me talking about everything up to this point, mind you, we're just a minute in. We are literally 1 minute in the work, and I've had this much crap to say about what it's doing. Does that mean Sword Art Online is like a crazy juggernaut of quality? Oh my god, look at how much it did in 1 minute. No. I'm not gonna spoil exactly where I would power rank SAO, but like, I can't stress enough, This is normal. This is professional writing. Like these are the yes, these are the things you have to think about if you want to write a good story. So something to keep in mind. Lego boy, yeah, makes you feel like Mario. Let's fucking go. Okay. Question from Basil. Doesn't Suguha not exist in SAO until the second season? No, you might have missed it, but we just went over a bunch of stuff where she has actual dialogue, she has tangibility, there's a whole thing. Just rewind if you missed that. Or check the analysis out when it's over. Okay. Number 12. Now, this is the first time we get an explicit emotion. First explicit. This is the first explicit mood from Kirito. And it's just a simple smile. So it's a cocky smile. So there's a little bit of mixture in it. There's a little bit of moodle mixture in it, but it's mostly a simple mood of like, oh yeah, he's happy, he's at home. So it ends up temporarily resolving the immediate questions up till now that we were seeing, which is like, oh, what's he gonna choose? Where does he, like, what's the deal with this guy? What's his actual feelings on everything we've seen up till now? It's just like, okay, happy to escape. And that is just such a great, like, I really love this cut because it's such like after establishing like all this complex, like contradictory stuff, like all this like weird shit with his relationship with Suguha, you suddenly just get this like, this like manic rejection of it all. It's such like a great, like, there's so much energy in that to propel into this. Because basically what happens is when you get like a huge chunk of like conflict space, which is basically everything prior to this, and then you just resolve it to a simple mood, what ends up happening is that all that tension that was there ends up getting what it does is it leaves the immediate and it ends up getting like all this crap, all that other stuff, all that Suguha stuff, this gets shoved down now to back burner layer because you gave it a immediate situational resolution. So basically, just by having him first show his first explicit mood. Now, mind you, this is how sensitive stories are. If Kirito had shown even one highly explicit emotion prior to this, this would break. Because we need to set up all this compositional stuff, all this complexity, and then only by showing his actual first explicit reaction to it while leaving it behind does it register as his actual complete final say on it. So that's really important, because remember, back to that principle I was saying where it's like, oh, an object in motion, stays in motion. If you were to introduce a different explicit mood to Kirito prior to this, we would have to address that mood's relationship with all this stuff, all this Suguha stuff, prior. By keeping it like generic and ambiguous, like, oh, we don't know exactly what his expression here is. All we know is it's dark. We just know that there's a dark association. Very ambiguous. Same here. We know he's kind of checked out, ambiguous, all ambiguous, explicit. That lets it be an actual answer without carrying any baggage of a mood introduced prior. And so this is great. Number 13. Super saturated colors when entering the game. It's you're gonna see that like color. Um, it feels kind of silly to say color is a motif in SAO because like color is important to every audiovisual work, but like what I mean by that is color as a symbol, color as a crude symbol is really important motif to SAO in general because it's a functional symbolism thing. It's tied to everything. So literally in this case, it's tied to mood shifts. And that's why we get this really stark mood shift the second SAO itself is actually entered with the higher saturation and all this stuff. And this is great. Like he literally looks like a Tails protag. Again, we're gonna have to go Tate mode here. SMV emphasis. There's a massive SMV emphasis here. It's like this is contrast. This has intense contrast with not only like the clear like baby face kind of youthful body look of Kirito himself up to that point, but also just the humanism expressed in the depiction of the characters we've seen up till now. Again, intense humanism, visual humanism, to suddenly get this like Tales of looking protagonist dropped on us. You know, again, it's like the crude idealism is thrown right in your face. It's like, yes, this is a crudely idealistic world, and this pairs super well with this shit right at the beginning. This like boom, no fucks given. In the near future, we manifested our ideals, virtual reality. Yes. By seeing this like Tales of protagonist Ikemen badass looking Kirito avatar in the game, it's a hard confirmation. Yes, this is a world of crude idealism. So it's hard confirmation. In other words, it was a question up to this point how much SAO corresponds to crude idealism, but the suggestion was there. This is our confirmation. So Titania, this is keyframes. We're not doing a frame by frame. I'm just referencing screenshots as I need them. But yes, we are going through quite a bit of detail. Yes, Alien Run. That mood, character, theme, that's in terms of like from a practical standpoint, actually like building stuff. From an analysis standpoint, everything is like equally important. Exactly, Black Mercury. If he was having a panic attack or like anything complex, he can't resolve now everything we saw up to that point with a single expression, because now there's new. Every time a mood is introduced, there's conflict baggage with it, basically. So by explicitly avoiding any moodal establishment, we get to go in and establish, exactly. Just boom, wrap the whole thing up with one mood. He's manic to go into the game. Done. You mind to turn back on that connection? Second. My bad. Okay. So yeah, this is also where we get the title drop. It's a well-timed title drop because it corresponds to this confirmation and stuff. We got the main theme even. We even got like all this main conflict stuff with the protag. And it's also nice too, because this is the clearest view of the outside of Aincrad we get up to this point. And it really has that like emphasis on like a floating castle tower thing. Again, really important hierarchy motif. The floating castle does a ton. That floating quality does a ton to emphasize, to constantly remind you like, oh, it's an idealism world, it's a dream world, it's not like the real world. So number 16. Okay, again, this is hilarious, and this is what I mean when I say like, yeah, SAO is a mean-spirited work. There's a lot of like really crude SMV dynamics. SAO is not afraid to dive into the wet works of like the concept of like, oh, how attractive is a person? Where does that put them on the social hierarchy? How does competitiveness work? So it's not a coincidence that the first freaking thing it shows us of Aincrad and SAO is these like virtual boy girl dynamics where it's like you got these like cute girls and these like ikemen, and we know they're avatars, so we know this is like everyone's dream, this is everyone's ideal. This is everyone's ideal, and it's like boom, it wastes no time. It's like yes, you enter. It's hard confirmation. This is why the average person is entering SAO. Confirmation of average player psychology. Average player psychology, they want to enter SAO because they want that fantasy of being an ikemen, of being, you know, competitive in the in the sexual marketplace race. Yes, etc. So here, you know, here we get, I actually missed the screenshot. I should have put, there's imagery of Kirito running through despite all this, which again, it cuts him out of that. And that's something you're going to be seeing a lot. We'll get to that, but there's an actual literary technique associated with that. We'll talk about that in a sec. But first, I just want to talk about immediately what we're seeing. So the first thing we get is Kirito ends up in a freaking alley. He ends up in a freaking alley. Klein chases him into this alley. And this puts, it's not hard confirmation, but it is suggestion that Kirito is shy. Even in this virtual world. Like, oh, there's like a loner factor. It's a suggestion that there's a loner factor to him, even in this virtual world. And this is a good opportunity to talk about the principle of weak motion versus you know, like strong motion. Weak motion in stories works like, you can kind of think of it like grabbing a strong motion is when you wait for a response. And wait for response. Weak motion is when you grab a ticket. Okay, so basically, one happens immediately. One, you get a result immediately, instant. And the other, you're just holding on to your ticket till it's time. That's what you're gonna see with pretty much everything in this. This is a weak motion thing. You're gonna see that nonstop throughout this episode. There's very few actual strong motion things. And you're going to see that throughout SAO in general. There's very, very little strong motion in SAO. And basically, that can be tricky to follow because for those who were there for the Deltarune analysis, remember when I was saying like, okay, here's tension creating things and here's confirmation making things. That's how stories work in general. They set up questions and then you await answers. Strong motion provides some form of immediate answers rapidly, whereas weak motion waits on its answers. It creates suggestions and then it waits on them. So basically, by having this like huge social emphasis put on SAO, but then having SAO the game, but then having Kirito end up in like an alley alone and all that shit, that puts that gives you essentially a ticket that says, okay, Kirito might be a loner and shy even in this world, but wait for confirmation on that. And then we get something really cool here, which is Klein is like, oh, yo, dog, you're a beta tester, right? Anta beta test kikin shadaro. My epic Japanese pronunciation. Um, and this is where facial expression reading is really important. We're going to do a little tangent on that in a sec. But basically what you get is you get a quick snapping of mood. This is a Moodle snap. Moodle snap is not a this is not a technical term. What this the technical way to word this would be Kirito expresses one mood, then he abruptly expresses another mood. I'm just calling it a Moodle snap because it's snappy, it's quick. That quickness is important. And so he's just like, Ore wa Kirito da, you know, and he makes this cocky pose fitting of like a Ikemen Tales of type JRPG type protagonist type thing. And notice how he says his handle name. Okay, he says his handle name very confidently. Contrasted with his initial reaction. There's a contrast between his calculated reaction and his immediate reaction. And this is where something is really important we have to talk about, which is basic body language in visual prose. And this isn't just something that corresponds to visual prose. This corresponds to written prose as well. So let's get into that real quick. Here's a basic principle about mood changes. Mood changes, they always default to being explained by whatever subject gets focused on immediately accompanying the change. And I mentioned this earlier in the analysis, but I'm going to mention again. Basically, if a mood changes, you always, by default, unless there's an override, unless there's a proven override, Moodle changes are always explained by whatever accompanies the Moodle change. So, here we have Kirito making a very worried, nervous, kind of weak expression, kind of like, I'm not happy. It's uncomfortable, discomfort. Now we get discomfort. And now we get comfort. We get an abrupt switch to comfort. That means that what is happening here, the abrupt switch can only be explained by the subject depicted in the sudden comfort. And what is that sudden, what is the thing being depicted? It's his ego in this world. It's his avatar. It's him saying, Ore wa Kirito da. You know, it's him stating his handle name, his character name in this world. Thus, the comfort goes right into the handle name. The Kirito identity has a massive, it's the thing that is it's the thing that is providing the Moodle change. And that's just a basic prose principle of prose. You always explain it by the change, or by the thing that accompanies the change. Again, unless there's an override. Because, like, for example, after this, we could have him say, LOL, I was just joking. I was just joking. You know, I actually I'm gonna open up to you right now, dude. Like, I have terrible social anxiety, and I honestly think my handle name is kind of lame. And, like, dude, can you please, like, help me get over my social anxiety? That's an override. That's, like, proof that what was suggested here shouldn't be taken at face value. But again, that's not what happened. So point is, important principle about Moodle changes. This is where, again, I don't want to dunk on viewers, but empathy is a problem. Social empathy is a problem when both reading stories and watching stories, especially anime, which it's kind of unintuitive. You might think anime requires less social empathy because it's a cartoon, whereas watching, like, film requires more social empathy because it's a real person. Typically, that's not how it works, because the thing about films is that they usually, well, first of all, they're usually poorly written, so they usually have to, like, they don't even use subtle moods to even begin with. Let's say it's a better written film. Typically, what they're going to do is they're going to use a lot of exaggeration to throw a mood at you. The thing about actual drawings is that drawings don't have to exaggerate. They can just be what they are because the nature of the medium is articulation in the first place. So it's like drawings just are naturally articulate, so they don't have a duty to exaggeration. They could just be as subtle as they want. Issue comes in where that means a lot of expectations on the viewer to be able to follow empathy. A single slight eyebrow change, you have to know what that means. A single slight change in body language, you have to know what that means. You have to know what all this stuff means. And it's just a part of reading. It's a part of language. And it's the same thing even in written prose. Like, for example, there's a lot of written prose that will just say, he scratched his head. And it won't explain it. It won't explain shit. You have to be able to read, he scratched his head. And you have to be able to use the Howard effect. Remember the Howard effect where sentences before other sentences change the meaning of sentences after? For those who didn't catch it, that's me making fun of the Kuleshov effect and how it's so dumb that this even needs a name in the first place. But anyway, the point is that yes, you have to be able to read body language. It's a huge part of reading both books and visual prose. You have to just know that certain gestures always accompany certain moods or certain psychological consequences. Here's the thing. A good work will put confirmations in that you're getting it right. So a good work doesn't just go, oh, if you didn't interpret that facial expression perfectly correctly, well, tough luck. Typically what it does is it creates textual evidence that proves it several times over that what the correct reading of a facial expression was. So it's not like you're totally screwed. But yeah, the point is, yeah, you got to be able to follow body language. Exactly, Black Mercury. You can't control micro expressions of an actor, but you can control every aspect of a drama. So, let's get to the next point, which is we get a nice little irony here. This is compositional irony. Remember our ways to develop theme. This is some compositional irony where what happens is Kirito is being kind of flippant in this scene at first. He's like, come on, man, you don't got to take this game this seriously. Whereas Klein is really into the LARP. He's really pumped about, this game and the fact that it's virtual. It actually is kind of funny. It reminds me a little bit of when the Wii first came out. If anyone remembers when the Wii first came out, people took it so seriously. They're like, oh my God, what are the limits of this thing? What does it can do? How far can we take this Wii LARP? And then you kind of find out that okay, this thing has serious limits. It's not that interesting. That's kind of what's happening here, where it's okay, Klein gets super invested in this world, and he's like, oh shit, I just got hit by this boar. I'm writhing in pain. And Kirito's like, dude, the pain sensors aren't even on right now. So this is ironic because way back even here, we already established that Kirito is likely the bigger fanatic due to the contrast. So we have this irony where being deeper is right now corresponding to less being a realist. And this is huge. This is huge with SAO. SAO is a freaking onslaught of this weird pattern of like this endless crisscross irony pattern of how like going deeper into LARPs ironically makes you like closer to reality, but then that makes you farther from certain parts of reality, which then makes you LARP harder, which makes you then connect to these parts of reality, which then ironically separates you from another part, which then ironically makes you LARP less. It's this big zigzag, and it's a huge engine of the entire story, and it's um I want to say it's one of the harder parts of the story to catch on to because it has so much to do. First of all, it puts a lot of emphasis on how much you can catch on to body language and character psychology, which again, a lot of people don't do. But it also is mostly weak motion driven. So, you know, it's one of those things we're going to be talking about quite a bit. Anyway, finally, we get to the 19, where now we finally get to see our first real expression of how Kirito like is invested in this world, and it's extending this irony between them here. But what's really cool is that we get this thing where Kirito emphasizes, because what's happening here, for those who don't remember, is Kirito kind of lightly mocks Klein for not being able to figure out the skill system. And he basically explains the skill system of SAO, where it kind of looks like the novels use this exact metaphor, if I remember correctly. Skills in SAO work similar to fighting games, where there's a physical trigger you have to do, but then afterwards the system will take over and augment how you move. So it's a lot like inputting like a Hadouken in Street Fighter. You have to do the quarter circle. You have to do the quarter circle punch, but then once you do quarter circle punch, now he does the Hadouken. And basically you get this kind of funny thing where it's like deeper investment equals system reliance, and this is huge. I guess I'll just spoil it right now because it's gonna come up. This is really important. This is a really important topic in SAO. It's a huge thematic component of it, and it's all done. I don't know if it's 100% in the weak tonal motion of the story, but it's mostly exists in the weak tonal motion. But the thing is it ends up, it's like big sort of climax payoff ends up being the way Kirito beats Kayaba at the end, you know, as Heathcliff. And this shit is hilarious because I guess I'll just spoil it right now, that the theme of system reliance is why / how Kirito beats Kayaba. So Kirito beating Kayaba is one of the most quote unquote like infamous asples of all time. But it's, again, I don't want to shit on the consumer too much, because again, everyone has to start somewhere. But there is a real like literary IQ check there, where it's like, if you can't comprehend that that there was an entire theme about system reliance up to that point, and how it connects to the individual characters' conflicts and psychology, and that the system suddenly becoming gray and like all like fucking getting fucked up at the end. Like Asuna breaks out of paralysis, which isn't supposed to happen, and then Kirito moves even though he's supposed to be dead, and that's not supposed to happen. That's literally, there is actual build up to that the entire time. It's just weak tonal motion. So there's no actual immediate cause and effect that justifies Kirito beating Kayaba. But that was the entire point. It's a thematic wrap up and a psychological one as well, because Kayaba even like literally explicitly states how interested he is in how he's like, oh, he expresses surprise in the system not working, and he expresses a flat out desire for the world to be as organic as possible. We'll get to that. We'll get to all that stuff. Anyway, I just figured I'd spoil that ahead of time because it is unironically one of the most quote unquote infamous aspects of the entire story. And I just find it really funny because it's like, it's kind of like a dividing line where it's like, okay, do you only consume stories where every cause and effect is happening in a neat cause and effect chain and everything is super genre driven and like reading deeper psychological and conceptual thematic stuff is not as important to following the story? Or are you used to stories where things happen more by weak motion and not directly dictated cause and effect things? It's a bit of a, it's a bit of a dividing line. Again, I'm not trying to dunk on anyone. Because even when I first watched this, I was a few years into reading and writing and analysis and stuff. And when I first watched it, I could feel that it was thematically sound because you have like a sense for those things. I could feel it was thematically sound, but I was confused. It's not like I could explain to you like why that was even happening. So it's normal. Anyway. System reliance here, and you notice here it's really cool too, where he specifically chooses to show off the skill with a stone, trying to emphasize like, oh, see the system. Kirito's really glazing the system here. He's like, oh, look at how versatile this system is. It even like corresponds to stones and stuff. And they even say like in the dialogue, oh, they say there's like infinite possible skills you can create in this world and stuff. So Klein finds this unintuitive because he's literally less deep. As of right now, he's less deep in the hole than Kirito. Kirito's like he is really drinking Kayaba's Kool-Aid. He is really in on this virtual world. Whereas like to Klein, it's a little bit unintuitive at first. And so here in 20, we'll get to Yui Black Mercury, don't worry. We'll get to absolutely everything. This is great because it's like this is the first moment from Kirito where he like softens up to Klein, and notice how he only does it after Klein actually beats the boar. He's like, oh yeah, there's this serious kind of like, first of all, he does an informal gesture of a high five, which has this like strong kind of social savvy emphasis on it, which is again weird for Kirito, who was established up to this point to not be social. And he even does this great LARP gesture where he moves his sword and then puts it behind his back, which especially at the time this was written, when JRPGs were starting to become like more defined with graphics and stuff. They weren't 2D anymore. A big iconic aspect of RPGs at this point in time was stuff like victory poses and stuff. Like Cloud in FF7, his victory pose where he spins the sword and puts it behind his back, that shit's quite literally like iconic. And so he does this kind of like, cringy LARP where he puts his sword away as a victory pose. And for him to just drop that on you suddenly is so great, because it's like he's all it took was Klein to beat an enemy by activating a sword skill to be like, all right, you're in it. You're in the world now. And it shows how shallow and defensive his initial like flip it attitude is, and how it's gonna give way to his like, oh, his kind of like, oh, now I can show you my LARP, you know, because now you get I can show you my more vulnerable idealistic side, because now you've seen what this game is all about. And there's this kind of tragic irony to it. There's this really sad, pathetic irony to it, where Kirito's really playing his hand here. He wants to link the LARP of this world to socialness. To friendship. And you can see that in the way, again, like he opens up to Klein like this, and he chooses this casual, like friendly, forthright gesture with him. And then you can even see here, he's like, Hamadu Daro, like it's addicting, right? You know, like, oh yeah, like this shit's freaking awesome, man. And this is great too, because it comes right after the repop animation, where Kirito's like, because what happens is Klein says like, man, that boar was really tough. I thought he would be like a sub boss. And Kirito's like, no wake aruka, like no freaking way, man. And then you get this like cynical, like, oh, look at the boars respawning. This is a great compositional contrast with how invested they are now. So it's like, okay, we established that this game is this silly ass shit where you kill boars and they respawn, meaning there's no value. It's an emphasis of a lack of value on like individuality, life of these things. It's a crude game mechanic. And yet at the same time, like juxtaposed to that is the two of them being like intense, like believers in this world. They're deep Kaya believers now. So yeah, a great little like compositional irony there. Also note how cynical this is with the boar. Because that becomes important later. So we get here is where a lack of magic in the world is emphasized, and Klein even calls it Daitan Nasete Dayana. That's a really bold setting. That's a really bold design decision. And very bold design decision, because this is what's great about it. And this is, again, remember how I was saying like this crisscross irony is freaking everywhere in the story. Where the heck are we? Yeah, this irony where like being deeper makes you a realist, but then you LARP in these ways, which then makes you a realist in this way, etc. That crisscross of realist versus LARPer, reality versus fantasy, investment versus lack of investment. The very setting, the very characterization of SAO as a game in the first place has a huge emphasis on that, with the fact that there's no magic and it just fetishizes melee weapons. This corresponds to a bunch of things. First of all, it pushes exaggeration and surrealism. Because again, it goes back to that like that same principle you're seeing here, where it's like the crude idealism emphasized of the world, because it's like literally like, okay, it just so happens, we don't know this yet, but Kendo was like a part of Kirito's life. and he already had like a fetishization on swords and stuff, and it's also a big component of what separated him from Tsukuha, which we'll get into later. We don't know any of that right now, so that's not functioning yet. But what we do know is that Kayaba is sort of fetishizing swords. We know that Kayaba's vision distinctly didn't want to include magic. And that's going to come up again later, because that actually gets contrasted with Alfheim later. But we know that Kayaba distinctly did not want to include magic. And we are about to find out in a little bit that Kayaba has a huge fetish for treating this world as like actually legitimate, really real. It's why he set up the death game in the first place. So that's just like one of those nice little details where they're like, no magic in this world. It really again, if you want something like an exaggeration to clutch, you have to make sure there's no noise. You need no noise. And this is going to show up a lot because it's a big reason hard sci-fi is rejected. SAO would not be able to clutch its dramatic exaggerations and its surreal elements if it didn't go all in on them. So basically, if SAO used a more like realistic MMO design, if it used a more, you'll see this as the mechanic. We'll talk about this as the mechanics are introduced, because each mechanic of SAO actually has a functional purpose to it. But basically, yeah, every mechanic of SAO is set up to make sure it characterizes Kayaba's psychology, and then by extension, how all the other characters react to it. I might as well say it now. Every character is contrasted with Kayaba. Contrasts everything. Kayaba, everything in SAO goes downstream from Kayaba. He is the most important character in the entire thing because he's synonymous with SAO at, like the actual game software. Literally, the name of the entire work could be Kayaba Akihito because he's synonymous with SAO, and the name of the work itself is SAO. So, in some ways, he's the true main character. And he's the setting, and he's the villain. And the setting, in many ways, is more important than even the main characters. So that's why everything gets contrasted with Kayaba's psychology. And that's also why exaggeration is so important, because there can't be any noise in there. It needs to be a clean feed of exaggeration and surrealism to establish that, yes, everything is everything you're seeing in SAO is Kayaba. It doesn't matter that doesn't make perfect physical sense. We're going to flaunt that through exaggeration. And that's why you can't have noise. You can't have like noise of the complexities of reality. And you'll notice SAO is very, very deliberate about cutting out elements that are complex about reality that would interfere with this exaggeration. Anything that would muddy the exaggeration boldly cuts out. That's part of the reason it was a near future setting in the first place, because that's more surreal and more exaggerated to be like, oh yeah, we got all this shit right in the near future. It helps tell you, yep, we're not hard sci-fi. We are not hard sci-fi. So, here is something that is kind of a visual sort of motival element you get a lot in SAO, which is just literally like beauty, like aesthetics. That's a huge motif. Aesthetic beauty. And one of the things that's just like really functional about it is it just ups the LARP thing. It's very, very deliberate of the ordering of these cuts to only show you like, oh, look at this like freaking Futsukushi birds flying on this weird fantasy birds, dragon things, flying on the beautiful sunset. It's like some shit you'd want to set as your wallpaper in like 2006 or something. It's like that motif of aesthetic beauty is really big because you literally, it's deeply connected to the warp, and you'll see it's really functional when we get to the Alfheim stuff, especially with Suguha's character and stuff. But yeah, this is a direct irony. It's again compositional irony with the crude system stuff we just went through. So we're continuing that pattern of the crude system ironically corresponding to this deeper investment. And it's really funny because SAO again touches on something that's, SAO touches on a lot of like really uncomfortable world truths about things. And one of them is just the gamer mind. It's very, very poignant about describing the gamer mind. And Kayaba is the gamer. Like he is gamer manifest. And one of the weird sort of inherent ironies of gamers is being very invested in a system, like a crude system that's limiting and logical and all that stuff. But then it's tied to these concepts of like aesthetic beauty and imagination, which is like the artistic component of the it kind of goes back to, this is kind of Deltarune core, which is why it's like kind of nice that this is coming right after going on about Deltarune. But basically games are these like weird inherent contradictions of like crude that light and dark concept, crude logic, but then also the actual like literary / artistic component of them. Anyway, there's this really great timing to having them indulge in this quality of SAO. Because Klein even says here, Nando mitemo no shinjirare ne na. Like, I can't believe it no matter how many times I look at it. Like, this place is just so beautiful, so gorgeous. It's only after they really dig into the system that they feel that they really like buy that this world is like legit. Yet the system is dehumanizing. Keep that in mind. It's dehumanizing. That's going to be really important later. So it's an inherent compositional irony because it's a dehumanizing system that makes them invest more in something humanizing, which is like the artistic factors and stuff. So 24. Klein is shocked at Kirito revealing just how long it took to progress in the world, which is it took them 2 months to go through 8 layers, and there's 100 layers. 2 months to go through 8 during the beta test. So this shocks Klein, and there's a really nice. This is such a great facial expression here. Because there's actual disturbance. There's a really deliberate disturbance in this facial expression. Like, there's even like a subtle element of scorn here, because you even notice too, like, we're not going to do like micro gesture analysis. But you notice how there's even this peaked one eyebrow here. That's a confusion. That's a mark of confusion. He's like, say what? There's a subtle disturbance here, because there's a solemn, it's that solemn expression combined with confusion that's creating that disturbance factor here. It's like, dude, did you just say it took 2 months to do 8 layers? This is our first moment. It's a great contrast with here, where they were both getting on page with like Kayaba's world. Now we're getting our first dissonance here. Now we're getting our first dissonance between like look at Kirito, or tales of Kirito. Look at how fucking manic he is. He's like, dog, I did 8 layers in 2 months, but this time I'm gonna do 8 layers in 1 month. But it's like, dude, there's 100 of these things. Doing 8 of them in, or I think it was 7 of them that they did. I think they got to the 8th. Whether it's 7 or 8 doesn't matter, but the point is that it's like Kirito is fucking manic about Kayaba's vision. He doesn't question a damn thing. But this news is slightly disturbing to Klein. And it's slightly disturbing to Klein because the game is balanced in a way where players would have to sink actually thousands upon thousands of hours into the game to clear the game. Meaning by the design, the game wants you to have no life. The game is literally designed to make you have no life. Klein is a little disturbed by this. He's a real deal gamer. He's such a gamer that he even lined up. But the thing is, he's with friends. There's a social element to Klein. There's no social element to Kirito. And he is all on this. He is all down. He is here for Kayaba's, like, no life vision. You have no life. You will leave the real world behind vision. Anyway, great little detail here. Because when you're just watching, you see this little disturbance. You see this sudden contrast between the two after they had just been on page, and it's eerie. It's there's an actual eeriness to it. And by eerie, I mean there's a lot of tension. There's a lot of tension behind that. Oh yeah, whereas I love the aesthetic of the SAO world. It's like genuinely like one of my favorite settings ever, like Aincrad setting. I like all the settings in the game, like the real world, Alfheim. They all just have like a really there's something like they're both like they feel both cynical and idealistic at the same time, which I think is where their riz comes from. They balance a sense of like crude and beautiful, cynical and ideal. So basically, we're getting more of this whole, like, okay, Kirito really spills the beans now about his inner thoughts. So here we're getting this is basically just a bunch of confirmations. Remember how I was saying how it's like a lot of things with weak tonal motion? This is where our ticket pays off. Remember how I was saying how weak tonal motion is like a ticket? Where did I say that? Yeah. Weak tonal motion, we're grabbing a ticket. We have had so many tickets we're holding about Kirito's relationship with Kayaba up to this point. But we don't know the exact nature of the connection between the two of them. This is where Kirito spills the beans. He says, I had no life. That's what all this text amounts to. I literally had no life. When I was beta testing. And then here, he fetishizes swords. Sword fetish. He's like, how far can we go with just like a sword in this world? And again, that's really great, like on page with Kayaba setting. To Klein, it's shocking, like, oh, no magic. To Kirito, he's like, damn, like I love this concept. I love this concept of like just being tested for your swordplay. And then he flat out spells it out here. Kaso. We're gonna do some garbage day pronunciation. Kaso kukan nanoni sa genjutsu sekai yori ikiteru te kanji ga suru. So like literally it's a virtual reality, but you feel like you're living here more than the real world. So this is hard confirmation. We, as of right now the thing we're wondering is, what about Kayaba? We don't know. We know about SAO. We know about the fact that it expects you to have no life and all that shit. But the question now still stands, like, well, how does Kayaba actually feel? Is there a dissonance between SAO and Kayaba? We know that there's no dissonance between Kirito and SAO, but is there dissonance between Kayaba and SAO? And then this is great. This is great. This is fucking. This is actually hilarious. Because it's a really good. This is a great little detail that combines both the exaggeration of the setting as a whole. Because I think I've said enough about exaggeration at this point to show how important it is to the story. But what happens is Kirito asks Klein now, like, okay, you want to get back to grinding? He says, "Sate, moskoshi kare o suzukeru ka?" And what Klein says is there's a missing frame here, but he says like, "Yeah, man, let's go." But then he says, "Actually, hara hette yo." He's like, "I'm hungry, man. I got to drop out for a little bit." And this is fucking amazing. Look at Kirito's expression just by Klein saying like dog, I gotta eat food. You know, Kirito is emotionally upset. He's a little bit conflicted. You know, he's got that sad soka. There's actually a nice little piece of prose in the novels where Kirito specifically describes this habit of saying like soka, you know, like, oh, okay then, as like words that pain him to say, and have been paining him his whole life. It's a really nice little piece of prose, because what he's essentially saying is allowing other people to be the way they are and be off page from me causes me pain. And that's just like such a central component of Kirito. Yeah, exactly. He's like, yo, what the fuck, man? I thought you were a real gamer. Gamers don't stop to eat. And now we get the insult to injury. This is why this flows directly into here, where Klein straight up starts talking about how he has friends. And this is great. This is so great, because this is where like we're going to be talking about this type of stuff quite a bit as the story goes on, and it's implicit power dynamics, psychological power dynamics versus physical. So basically, SAO puts massive emphasis, both inherently through the setting, just inherently, but also through, you know, little delicate character interactions and stuff. It puts massive emphasis on disparities between psychological dominance and physical dominance, and how these things can get weird, mixed up, sometimes hard to find where's the exact border between them. But something you'll see a lot in SAO is characters distinctly having either psychological advantage on a character or psychological disadvantage. And this is true for all works. All well-written professional works are always keeping track of who has psychological advantage, who has psychological disadvantage in any given scene. And it's, you know, it's one of the things that makes good stories a little bit painful. Because, you know, a lot of times we read stories as a escape or a break from life and stuff. And the thing about good writing is that it shoves the painful elements of reality down your throat. Which is kind of one of the reasons, like, there's always a demand for slop in Vogue, because it's just like, you know, or even if it's not slop, like, sometimes it can be, you know, something maybe less good than another thing is preferable. The thing about good writing is power dynamics, gritty power dynamics between people, social discomfort is characterization. That is characterization. That is character dynamics. That is narrative. Yeah, the narrative frame advantage. Exactly. Base piss bottler. That's just a massive, massive component of that is a massive, massive component of literature. And one of the things you're going to see a lot in SAO is a really common pattern where characters will actually proactively, very explicitly participate in a tug of war to gain psychological advantage when weaknesses or strengths show up. It's a Kawahara uses a more kind of humanistic emphasis, kind of cynical writing style. I think you could see that just right from the moods I brought up and a lot of the premises and stuff, and also how much emphasis there is on like characters, you know, again, SMV, sexual market value type stuff, all that kind of like Tate shit. The thing is though, is like, even if you were to take a story like Gochiyusa, which has a much brighter aesthetic, a much cuter aesthetic, a much less directly down to earth aesthetic, you're still getting the exact same stuff. You're still getting the exact same information. The difference there, though, is that functionally and sort of like moodily and stuff, it's going to be like a little bit more smoothed over in how it comes across to the reader. There's going to be layers of sort of things that make it a little more gentle and stuff in how it gets delivered. Or if you're in like the later content where stuff gets very emotional and very heavy, like later, if you read Gochiyusa like well past the anime covers, it gets very, very heavy and stuff. And character dynamics like this become really important. But it's in a more like Naki-gay type aesthetic where there's an emotional, there's a real intense emotional tragic outlet to it. Whereas you'll notice with SAO, one of the things that can make it like I guess painful for some readers. I mean, some viewers, and I'm just thinking of Digibro here, where he said his brother was caused actual, I think he said it got so bad it was physical pain for a year after watching SAO, which is kind of crazy. It means it means it struck something very, very poignant with him, which is that's almost the best compliment you could give a work. But yeah, this type of information is uncomfortable. So SAO is not afraid to be kind of mean with how it delivers that info. So to now actually dig into the deets here, it is not a coincidence that Klein mentions his buddies right when Kirito shows weakness, shows like psychological weakness. Because the thing on Klein's mind that's obviously suggested right after this is like, well, what's up with that? This dude was just bragging about how having no life, and now he's like straight up upset at me just taking a break to eat. So what he does is he tests his waters. He feels him out. He goes, "Hey, you know, I have friends, and my friends are going to enter this world." And he says that because it's a sudden shift in power dynamics. And the thing is that Klein is not a bad guy. But the thing is that even brighter characters, sometimes especially brighter characters, and he is a brighter character, when available to gain the psychological advantage, they tend to do so. They tend to take it. And he had just been in the underdog position with Kirito the whole time because he was the one being taught. But he goes, all right, I'm gonna take the opportunity to be like, yo, dog, I have friends. You know, what do you think about that? You want to be like friends with them? And he asked that. He's like, oh, do you want to be introduced to them? And he straight up makes like a Chigyu ass, like, oh fuck, like, friends, are you serious? Like, it was a miracle that I was even able to become friendly with you. You want me to talk to like actual people. He's testing out his socialization skills. And then here we get this intense empathetic expression where he's like, oh shit, man. Like, no, what you doing? Muri ni to wa iwanei yo. Like, of course, I'm not going to force you, man. You know, there is borderline the psychological difference of a parent to a child at this point. And then notice what he does. Boom. Now he makes a physical gesture of friendliness to Kirito. This timing is not coincidental. He does it because he goes, okay, he's weaker than me now. I can simultaneously express reassurance while establishing that I'm in the psychologically stronger position. And he even says to him, like, yeah, I'm gonna pay you back, man, at some point. I'm gonna pay you back for helping me out. Where it's like a literal like there's a literal like guilt element. It's like, oh man, this dude's like kind of a freaking loser. I gotta make him feel, you know, I gotta make him feel welcome, and like, you know, I gotta make him feel a little bit more comfortable. Yeah, anime so powerful forces your soul to kneel. I guess that's what fucking happened. Crazy stuff. SAO, no concept of diff. Digibro. Okay, so this is great. With 27. Oh yeah. Let's not forget. This is actually important to the visual pros. Kirito is actually, for the first time, he's emphasized as cast in darkness, even in this world now. Whereas Klein gets light. He gets compositionally associated with light in this world. So there's a literal like inception of darkness with Kirito, where it's like he's associated with darkness, like in the real fucking world, but then he enters SAO and he's still associated with darkness. He's still like a fucking loser even in this world, which is just like hilarious. You're gonna see the cuts do something really interesting with this in a sec. I didn't want to miss that detail though. It's a great detail. Okay, so now we get this is interesting. Remember how I said the high five was important? We're getting a confirmation for it. We're getting a actual response to it now. Here with the handshake, with Klein's handshake. Klein reaches out to invite a handshake from Kirito. And what happens is Kirito doesn't actually even directly grab his hand, because that's how like much kind of that's the level of distance that's natural to Kirito. He just puts his hand in front of his, and then Klein proactively grabs his. So there's a massive emphasis on Kirito's dissonance with this physical proximity and stuff. And it's really cool too, because you get this irony where Kirito is like the dark one, he's like the dark standoff one, but he does this more friendly, aggressive high five gesture, whereas Klein does this even though he's the bright one, even though he's the more like silly break the ice type, he does this more formal gesture because there's a discomfort between them right now, and there's a pity, and he wants to formalize their proximity. He's like, no, yeah, like, Yoshiku Tanamuze, that's a way of combining formality with casual boyish language. Does this stuff come up later? This was the only time I picked up on the social anxiety. Yeah, it's nonstop. Like, it's pretty much the engine of the story. It's especially big in the best episodes, though. I'm trying to think of a point where it's not that big. It's easier to name spots where it's like not as big of a deal. It's probably least relevant in like Yui's episodes, but even there it shows up quite a bit. Yui's episodes definitely put a lower, because those get a little bit more conceptual with their emphasis. I'm trying to think what else. Yeah, no, it's pretty much chronically always there. Yeah, exactly. There was a limit to that to the Kirito socialization LARP. Wears out at a point. Um so this is really cool. Um Kirito has an even stronger reaction to the lack of ability to uh very strong reaction. In the inability to log out. Um like Klein still wants to treat it as just a game, and this is really cool because this is um this sets up a bunch of things. This sets up the future dynamic between um Kayaba versus Kirito. Basically, what we're getting here is essentially saying, for the first time ever, suddenly Kayaba might be blindsiding Kirito, but at the same time, he's able to instantly know he's being blindsided. Whereas Klein is so off page, so distant from Kayaba, he's straight up just joking around. He's still in silly mode. This is a great detail here, though. I love this. This is the type of shit that makes SAO most fun, in my opinion. Little interactions like these. Kirito's super freaked out about the logout button, which, indicates he's deep into this world. He's deeply on page with Kayaba. He's ready to read implications from that immediately. But then Klein is joking around about it. Which puts this strong emphasis on like, oh, Klein sure enough still isn't taking this world that seriously. He's still invested in the real world, especially. So what Kirito does, what does he do? He tries to turn Klein's investment in the real world into a dunk on Klein. And the way he does that is this like dorky way of making fun of like, yo, you know that pizza you ordered? That shit's getting cold. And so it's like, haha, silly you for ordering a pizza. Who orders a pizza? It's a way of trying to match Klein's energy and trying to essentially like win back some territory in the social tug of war. And you'll see the other part I'm gonna have to really glaze is at the end of this episode. This interaction gets reprised later at the end in such a cool way. We'll get there though. So Klein acts all jester about it. He's like, "Oh no!" He makes like a big dramatic thing about it. So this is what's really cool. When the sky starts darkening, because I didn't include the screenshot, but there's a screenshot where the sun starts getting covered by clouds. So you got these fluffy clouds, and I can't believe I forgot to do it. You can actually see here, like, the sky's getting darker. That links the Moodle space Kirito is already occupying here through composition to the whole of the setting. So basically, the way you can essentially say is like, as the sun is getting blocked by clouds, the setting is becoming more Kirito-like. It's actually becoming more Kayaba-like, but because the two are being equated, it's, like both of them. And so this brings us to a general principle. I kind of have to cover, which is Moodle space. And basically, Moodle space is really, really important to stories, especially as they get more complex, because it's an organizational tool. Basically, anything of shared Moodle space is inherently linked. So basically, if Kirito is being associated with darkness, whenever Kirito's in here, he's well associated with darkness at this point. And then even later on, he gets the whole like Kuro no Kenshi thing, like the Black Swordsman thing, which extra symbolically associates him with darkness. That means whenever darkness shows up, it's stating, yes, we are deliberately sharing properties together. Which is why it's important to keep Klein out of that same Moodle space by default. But if he's going to start darkening as well, which, as you can see, starts kind of happening, like his space starts getting darker, which implies inflection. It's like, oh, Kayaba's starting to invade Klein space now. That's really important, that sort of like law of storytelling, that things within shared Moodle space inherently are suggested to share properties, because it's one of the things that makes character designs functional. So, for example, the fact that, like, even their natural hair colors, IRL, Klein has a brighter hair color than Kirito naturally. That's one of the things that keeps their characterization also intact. So yeah, it's just an important thing to note, because it's like, yes, every single detail on a character design matters because of principles like that. And if you're not taking advantage of principles like that, you are screwed, because you're not going to be, you need these, like, I call it like batching applications, you could say, like batching functions. You need to be able to batch characterize things, or you just won't be able to develop enough speed to establish things in the story properly. Oh yeah, take it easy, Wares. Yes, darker. Yeah, darker. Yeah. Kayaba Gaster separated at birth. Lurk says, I'm a bit behind on the stream right now. I'm hoping you will explain further how breaking the system is not an asshole. Even if it built up thematically, it breaks world logic. It feels true. I can actually just answer that right now. It doesn't actually break world logic, because literally when Asuna wakes up from two things. There's actually two things that do it. First off, breaking world logic is part of SAO's design in the first place. That's why I made such a point about, like, oh, it does bold exaggeration. That's literally there from the start. But even if we ignore that, remember when Asuna breaks out of paralysis, even though she's not supposed to at the end? And then Kayaba goes, ooh, interesting. Unexpected breakout of paralysis. Kayaba doesn't freak out at that. He goes, oh my god, weird. Interesting that you were able to break out of that. And don't forget, by this point, Kayaba and the system are synonymous, meaning Kayaba's psychological reaction to something is also therefore synonymous with the system's reaction to something. I hate the adaptation for removing this line. It makes up for it in other ways, but this line really should have went in. Kayaba in the books goes, oh my god, this feels like a solo player RPG event. This is fucking awesome. Kayaba loves the fact that Asuna was able to break out, because he likes flaws in his system. He actually likes that. And a huge part of his system was to make the world as real as possible. And part of the idea of the real world is that it's organic and it is full of surprises and stuff like that. So we get confirmation the second Asuna breaks the paralysis from Kayaba that a flaw in the system is ironically part of the system, and Kirito just literally jumps on that. And that's why, like, when Kirito stabs Kayaba too, like, again, there's a massive amount of acceptance in Kayaba. Kayaba never once goes, oh yeah, that was bullshit, man. Like, it's the opposite. He's like, he's here for it. He's here for this drama. So anyway, that's why it's not it's not even a logical asshole, just because there's so much set up to support it. Again, I will give you this. The anime not including that line was a massive mar on the anime. It's a massive mar on the anime. Like, that is just not a smart line to remove. It's okay, but it's just such a good line, and it really should have went in. What if you want a dark character who is blonde? That's really good because it's inherent irony. You would use things like facial expression, clothing, just body language, gesture sets to establish that. It just depends on what kind of irony you're going for. But there's all sorts of choices, and that's always like really cool when a character occupies ironic space. Like, part of them is in darkness, part of them is in bright, by design. That's always really nice. Yes, that's a good point. Johan from Monster's a really basic example of like, oh, he's visually bright, but he's stoic and evil max and stuff. Just very basic, straightforward irony. It works. Cloud works. Yeah, Cloud works. There's better design characters than Cloud out there, but he works. He pulls it off. Oh, if you take Cloud and Crisis Core, he's very well designed character. For Crisis Core, he really plays on the whole irony between bright and dark really well. Just a more fleshed out, much more thought through design, because it doesn't have the baggage of like whimsical 90s RPG and, you know, Nojima only handling like 10 freaking % of the game. Okay, so 28. Kirito expresses his faith in the system's absoluteness, even when it corresponds to negative situations like this, which actually, again, plays into this actually directly. It was actually good timing of you to ask about the Kayaba fight, because this puts him in a submissive position to Kayaba. I always want to call him Akihito, but that would be rude. We gotta respect him. we're not on first name basis. So this makes him submissive to Kayaba, and part of that, and that's why it's like a really cool, nice piece of characterization at the end when you find out, like, oh no, Kayaba likes breaking the system. Kayaba likes weird organic shit entering. Kirito's still in this weaker, childish, like, the system is everything phase here. So he's you know, you remember how I was saying how like a huge part of the story is just Kayaba's very strong, and then Kirito goes from weak to kind of strong. That's, you know, that's what we're getting here. So we get this great little thing where Klein shits on this. Klein is like, no, fuck you, man. I'm gonna try this anyway. And Klein does this gesture of like not believing Kirito, because it's been established that Klein is in a, you know, mentally superior position to him right now. And Kirito would never even consider doing this because it breaks the idealism of the world where it's like, this is your body. And there was even a thing where Kirito like said prior, like, oh, isn't moving your body to control a game so fun? And yet now, like, Klein's trying to like defy that. He's like, oh no, like, I don't care that I'm moving my body to play a game anymore. I want my real body. Um so here we get a really nice, like, little funny. This is really on the nose functional symbolism of dreaming. One of the ways to exit a SAO is just someone in the real world wakes you up from your dream. They literally just pull the thing off. Again, this is also another good example of exaggeration. There's a huge emphasis on cutting out any hard sci-fi noise here, because Kirito is like, he says "naite itaro," like I told you, there is no other way. Like this is how this thing works. Again, really good tie-in. I can't find where I wrote it, but very good further emphasis of like hard sci-fi. Like, do not bring realistic politics in here. Do not bring realistic, like, sci-fi in here. We accepted that Kayaba created the most ridiculous fucking thing in existence that would never pass safety checks, and it's all for the sake of entering this, like, idealistic world. So it's that very clean, noiseless exaggeration. And that's where, like, basic principle of storytelling, mood over logic. However, many moods rely on logic. That's sort of like the sort of, I guess you could say, like, contradiction that a lot of writers are constantly balancing. This, by the way, is why I don't like people saying suspension of disbelief. Suspension of disbelief doesn't work because logic is an important tool in storytelling. If you just suspend your disbelief, you're not getting the things that rely on logic. And even a story like this that distinctly uses exaggeration and surrealism to cut out logic expects that you're acknowledging the existence of crude logic as the default. In other words, Kayaba getting so excited at the end, for example, the Aspel at the end wouldn't be meaningful if it wasn't an Aspel. That's the whole point. Kayaba is excited that it's an Aspel. That's why logic is important, because logic creates moods, even though mood matters more. And thus, whoever said suspension of disbelief was coming from the right place, but it's not true. Logic creates moods. And so even the deletion of logic requires logic to be your default. So it's just kind of like an imperative. That's a rant that I just kind of had to get there. But, like, yes, a logic hole does not break a story unless certain moods relied on that logic, which is typically the default. Stories have to do a lot. It's not super simple to disarm logic in a story. You have to do quite a bit. And that's one of the reasons I'll note every time SAO does it, because it does a lot of things to make sure it's actually disarming logic. Like, it's not as simple as just a switch you turn, like, ooh, no logic. In fact, it's actually one of the FDA reject this exactly. The JFDA. The one of the, again, I don't want to get too, like, elitist here, but one of the things you'll actually get a lot in slop is that if something comes on with, like, a really crudely, like, toony aesthetic, that makes a crude song and dance about how much it doesn't care about logic, that instantly signals that actually activates suspension of disbelief very, very easily in viewers. But it's at a cost. It's not a sophisticated way of disarming logic. So it's kind of more of a message of, like, yo, get ready for slop, man. You know, just turn your brain off. And you'll see a lot of people, the same dudes who will get angry at a story doing like actually interesting Moodle design with logic, is the same type of bro to go and then be like so excited that a piece of slop is just crudely defying logic. It's an unfortunate, again, I don't want to dunk on consumers too much, but we're talking about SAO. SAO is a story about elitism, so we're method acting. We're gonna get a little elitist. We're gonna get a little elitist while talking about SAO. So yeah, like we're only halfway through the first episode or so, but it's already done like a million things to disarm logic in more interesting ways. So if you've made it to this point, and you're still projecting hard sci-fi onto SAO, unfortunately, you're just not a very good reader. That's okay. You're not the devil. You're not the devil for not being a great reader. Okay. This is big. This is an important part. Yes, not everything must be created for the lowest common. Exactly. So big moment. First mention of Sugu's first explicit first explicit mention of Suguha. In fact, this is just like, this is a really nice line in general. I mean, there's barely anything to this line, but it's just a powerful line. Haha yato imoto ga iru. Kirito pointing out that his family structure is him surrounded by two women. And that's just great because that's like important because like literally girls are a, you know, who would have thought it's a harem work? Girls are a important motif in SAO. So he's pained. He's pained when he mentions this and he doesn't make eye contact, you know, because he knows what's coming, which is Klein has the power dynamic advantage, and he immediately like look at how like borderline like deranged Klein gets. Like oh shit, there's pussy in my midst. Red alarm. Like it's so deliberate. It's so deliberately timed. That this overrides the emergency. Deliberately overrides the emergency for Klein. Because again, it's like Klein is not a bad guy, but he is taking full advantage of the fact that he's in a superior position. Oh my god, I just drew a penis. He takes full advantage of the fact that he's in a superior like psychological state to Kirito right now to just be like, bro, tell me about that Emoto. Tell me about that sister. Like I want to hear all about her. I think I might want to get with her. He just jumps on that, which is like this is a hard confirmation of massive differences between. We had been building a foil relationship between Kirito and Klein since here. This is a really hard confirmation of their differences, how much like the social comfort level is different between them. And look at what Kirito says here. It's fantastic. Aichu undobu kei dashi, game daikirai dashi. Orera mitaina jinshu to wa setten nai. He says like she's an athlete and she hates games. She hates people like us. She hates our species. That's just fucking great, because like this line here, orera mitai na jinshu, our type of person, our type of species. There's a lot of desperation here. This is coming right off of a hard confirm of their differences. And he desperately tries to then verbally group them together. And then there's this great symbolic gesture where he kicks him in the nuts. And again, back, we get a reprise of that irony. We get a reprise of that irony where Klein does a bigger LARP. He does the intuitive thing of grabbing his balls. So like, oh my god, you kicked me in the balls, before going like, oh wait, it doesn't hurt. Because again, by reprising the irony of this composition, we confirm it gets confirmed, because the irony of the composition here is latent. And then when we reprise it, we now have all the information in between to confirm, like, oh yeah, that's an irony between them. If you... Ironically, being less deep into this world will make you, like, LARP intuitively with the physical reactions more. And you'll see this transforms throughout the story in really cool ways. Because this ends up leading into shit like they're eating and stuff, in weird, interesting ways, which connects to asana and cool stuff like that. A bunch of cool stuff is done with this. We'll get there though. Okay, so next one, we're actually doing really good on time, shockingly. We're definitely gonna be able to wrap this up in 5 hours, which is really nice. I did not want to have to go on for 6 hours. Okay, so we get this cool thing where the sun actually returns. The sun actually comes back. After Kayaba rings the bell using his, game master privileges. He's like, okay, everyone, announcement. It's time to get teleported to the main hub, the main plaza. So the sun comes back when Kayaba does that. And that's really, really cool, because the weird kind of creepy urgency that cast the more like Kirito like dark mood onto the setting here actually goes away once Kayaba shows himself, because again, we're getting that irony now where it's like, okay, the brighter moods in SAO are associated with socialness, and the darker moods are associated with solitude. Kayaba is about to do his big announcement where he collects everyone together and is like, okay, guys, this is actually just the real world now. This is your new real world. It reverts, it casts an inherently social connotation onto SAO now by him making it, making it a death game, and then therefore making it like real. So there's this funny use of Moodle irony where it's like, okay, Kirito talking about his view on SAO creates a immediate literal physical darkening of things. But then Kayaba coming in, he's made anime real. He's made SAO real, so thus the setting can brighten again. That tight like Moodle Link and irony and shit is like really, you know, again, that's what I was saying too, is really important about having your Moodle space like really well defined. Because Kayaba occupies a really weird irony where he kind of expands between both of them. And it's one of the things that makes him like, you know, easily able to like sort of one up Kirito here. We'll get on that more in a sec. I don't want to say too much about that before we see the next stuff. So yeah, this is a great detail. It uses the same repop animation as the boars, which is just, you know, it's just funny. It's just like a funny sort of cynical detail where like the boars respawn with this same animation that dehumanizes them to dehumanize the players again. It's an unconfirmed, it's just like an extra embellishment for Scorn on Ayaba's part. So anyway, funnily enough, I actually already talked about a lot of what I was gonna talk about with this, but one thing I wanted to talk about was confirming in how to confirm character psychology things. Because oh, this is a great detail too, because this is also Scorn on the actual voice of the work. It puts all this emphasis on like them LARPing a boy-girl, like these two characters are LARPing attractive boy-girl dynamics, which is about to get like a funny punchline later. So it's like Scorn, confirm Scorn. You know, implicit Scorn, confirm Scorn. So building characters' psychological profiles. We got to talk about that for a sec. The biggest thing you have to ask with literally any piece of established information whatsoever surrounding a character, from what they say, what they wear, why is this detail here, etc., is why is this detail here, and what does this detail inherently dictate the existence of? Inherent dictation. So basically, this is one of the most important tools when building psychological profiles of characters. In the case of Kayaba, he appears all scary and shit. This must, by the laws of storytelling, this must reflect his psychology in some way until an override. If he was to say later, oh, like, I don't know, some dude actually gave me this like model as like a VR chat model, and since like I didn't feel like changing it, I just used it, or so, you know, just something to override that this isn't him being deliberate in choosing this. Until then, it's a confirmed psychological component of him. And yes, every single detail must function when it works that way. Like, it must be meaningful, and it must directly build the psychological profile, every single detail. And it will build it through inherent dictation. In other words, the only only explanation is what suggests / proves. So basically, if you get something like the design where like, oh, the teleportation here into the plaza animation is the same as the repop, we don't know for sure that that's Scorn. The fact that you can LARP in this world as attractive boys and girls. We don't know if that's, exactly confirmed scorn or not, but it potentially is. It's a potential explanation. Now, when Kayaba appears and he does a spooky animation to appear, he does that spooky thing where the blood drops and then he forms, and he quite literally towers above everyone while looking badass. There are no other explanations for that other than scorn. Now, here's the thing. We don't know the actual details of the scorn. It could be like scorn through low empathy. Like it could be an autism-driven scorn. It could be a more deliberate-driven scorn. We don't know. The question now becomes, how deliberate? And these are the type of things you have to like when you're creating a scene between characters. This is the exact type of thing you do. You set up these like suggestions and build into confirmations, and then once you get a confirmation, you check what additional questions are posed by that confirmation. That's how you both write character psychology and how you read character psychology in a story. And this is sometimes easier said than done. There are times where, not to sound pretentious, but even for me, there are times where I have to go, what did he mean by this? Like, what's going through this character's head right now? How exactly are they feeling? I don't know. I don't know yet. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till I get a little bit more info to make sure that I'm reading this right. It's just, it's complex. If this was easy stuff to follow, there would be no social anxiety in the world. There would be, well, that's not true. You can be extremely emotionally intelligent and still have social anxiety and stuff, because it's more of an issue of pride and stuff. But, whatever. The point is if everyone was just mind readers and everyone knew what everyone else was thinking at all times, human dynamics would be a little less complex. Which is why stories are kind of weird. Stories, ironically, stories are kind of walking contradictions, because they are constantly depicting how like stupid humans are, how they're constantly misinterpreting each other, and how you're constantly getting like hedgehog dilemmas out of that, misunderstandings, etc., that can sometimes have huge consequences. But then at the same time, the story contradictorily expects the reader to be able to interpret things like God, and not miss a beat. So it's just kind of funny. Stories are a little bit inherently elitist in that sense. And, maybe that's why it's perfect we're talking about a story with elitism as a functional motif, because, stories themselves are inherently a little bit elitist. It's just that's something that's always kind of baffled me about stories, how they depict human stupidity while expecting human intelligence. It's just, it's just weird, but that's how they work. And so yes, a story expects you're keeping up with every single one of these. It doesn't want you to miss a single beat. So 2 + 2 is 4, even if there's no one to understand it exactly. And that's art. That's art in a nutshell. Here we are. Okay, so this is great. 31, we get Kayaba. This is a confirmation. Watashi no sekai e yokoso. That's a confirm that SAO and Kayaba are on page. That's just a hard confirm. And it's not just the dialogue that's a confirm. This is a good opportunity to kind of explain something basic about dialogue. Dialogue is interesting because when a character says something, it doesn't actually default to true. if anything, when a character says something in a story, dialogue actually defaults to under equals sussy. Like if a character says "I love you" in a story, it actually literally defaults more to its inverse than its immediate statement just by making it dialogue. It's really weird because narrative actually is the opposite. Narrative defaults to face value. So check this out. If I write I love you like this defaults to face value just by leaving it like this. But if I do this, it actually defaults to sus. Like it defaults to, so it's almost, you can almost think about it like 60% likely now, and then it's like 40% likely. It's not literally those exact percentages, but you get the picture. That's actually why in speech we use quotes. That's one of the reasons the whole like Dr. Evil, like air quotes things is even a thing, because intuitively we know that when something is surrounded in quotes, it's dubious now. It's now the product. It's now subject to a check for subjectivity. It's like, oh, is that subjectivity? You know, what's going on with that? Whereas narrative, written narrative we trust as objective until given a reason to be proven otherwise. So really interesting aspect of prose. So the reason Kayaba's dialogue here can actually result in a confirm is because it's backed by, like, look at him, like, look at how powerful he is. Everyone's like freaking ants to him. Like he's straight up just owning them. Not only did he hang them out to dry for like literally like 10 minutes or something before calling them all here just to make them panic, but now he's just flexing on them hard. And that is now can add, now that adds, that essentially adds it's a physical logical see why I say logic is important to stories. Logic is important to stories. That's logical proof that he's telling the truth. So anyway, that's just important. Little interesting rundown. Yeah, so Tate Mai versus Hone, exactly, Chris. Funny stuff. So also, let me just reiterate now, I'm sorry for not being able to respond to everything in chat. It's just that like we'd be here literally forever. So I apologize for that. I apologize at the beginning of stream, but let me just apologize again that I can't cover everything in chat. Because we don't want to be here till the Ice Age comes or whatever. All right, so this is really interesting. So the second Kayaba is like, yo, Kayaba, welcome to my world. We get Kirito. This is really, really nice. This black background with the other heads here, like beneath him. Because visual prose wise, this puts huge emphasis on, and you're going to see this from here on out. You're going to start getting a lot of the odd one out effect with Kirito, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's when you establish a character as separate from every other character. I won't get into that too much yet, but this black background is great because what it does is it isolates Kirito and Kayaba, but at the same time, it still acknowledges that the other characters exist. Meaning, this subjectivity emphasizes that Kirito is directly zoned in on directly empathizing with Kayaba right now, but he's still thinking about the existence of the other players. but they're literally lower in the composition. Um they're literally lower. Which has the exact function you'd think. It demotes their sense of power and importance. Even really deliberate, the way there's like a female avatar here and stuff. In fact, there's a couple female avatars here, yeah. And then also the book. Nav Gia o Skutta Otoko. By, it's hard to see, but that says by Kayaba Akihito. So oh, was I calling him Akihiko the whole time? I just realized from that kanji, I was calling him Akihito. He's Akihiko. Might be. That's why we use that's why we're stressing the last name basis. Anyway, yeah, so the point is that it's like this is also a confirmation. This is confirmation that because Kirito was reading the he was reading the interview with Kayaba immediately here. But we don't know if that was a whim or not, or if it was due to an actual obsession for him until where the frick are we? Oh yeah, until here. Here it's honestly a semi-confirmation. You're about to get harder confirmation in a sec. But it starts the process of confirmation that Kirito totally like is obsessed with Kayaba, and that like he literally like idolizes him. Oh, because there's even another Kayaba book here. So what we get now is this is freaking great. Check out here where he's like, yo, the media has already appeals to media authority. This detail is amazing because it's like, okay, so what Kayaba does is he says, like, okay, I'm sorry to tell you, but some people have already tried to, or some people's families have pulled the nerve gear off their heads and killed them. I'm sorry for that. He keeps using like purely like implicitly manic formal language, indicating he's not disturbed by this at all. He's not disturbed that there were casualties that weren't even their own fault. And he straight up, in fact, uses it. He starts showing articles from the media to be like, yo guys, you better take this shit seriously, because even the media is covering this. And it's hilarious because it's a direct appeal to the authority of the real world, despite the fact that he wants SAO to be like his world. So just this one detail alone is so great because it literally links the Kayaba Kirito, like both have like a weird relationship with the real world. We don't know Kayaba's exact like weird relationship with it, but we know that there's he clearly has enough of like a friction with the real world that he's even inclined to want to use it as a aggressive appeal to authority. Like, yo, look, the media in the real world, you guys always trust the real world, right? This is what I mean by you have to use logical conclusions when inferring character psychology. If he wanted to truly leave the real world behind, he would not do this, because brings this inherently brings the real world's presence into SAO. It inherently pits real world versus SAO. So for him, it's an actual, like, versus thing. It's an actual, he wants to pit SAO against the real world. He doesn't just want to leave the real world behind. And we already have confirmation with Kirito. The Suguha conflict exists. We got that confirmed in the first minute. So we don't know the exact nature, but we know that there's a parallel here between some shit Kayaba has with the real world, parallels Kirito's friction with the real world. So it's really, really great detail. So we don't know the extent of their similarities, but we do know that there's a lot of mental overlap between them. But what is a huge difference, obviously, is Kirito is being mogged by Akihiko right now, by Kayaba. So anyway, that's just important. That's one of the ways I that's one of the ways I point out essentially why, like, psychological inferring is so important in a story, because you literally have to ask, what's the only logical conclusion to this detail? And so that's a really good example of it. Like, what's the only logical conclusion that you can get from this? It's like, there's still a lot of questions, but there's a hard answer that if he truly wanted to leave the real world behind, he wouldn't use it as a appeal to authority. So this is I love this detail. This is where we really start getting confirmation of again, that really important hierarchy stuff that we were talking about right from the start. There is a massive this is our first expression of true elitism mentality from Kirito, like a really, really poignant elitism mentality. I actually still remember being a little bit shocked by this the first time I watched it. Because it's poignant, because it's, it makes him less likable as a character at this point right now. I mean, maybe maybe some people, for some people, elitism makes a character more likable. Who knows? But the first thing that comes to Kirito's mind is being beaten by the weakest monster, getting killed by the weakest monster, a monster that he said explicitly to Klein is the equivalent of a slime in this world, the equivalent of a Dragon Quest slime. Weakest monster, clearly poses zero sense of threat to it. But the first thing that goes to his mind is, oh, you can die in this world, and a boar, the slime, can technically kill me. This is basically a way of saying, oh my god, I can be a freaking loser. Like, it's on the table right now. Right now, Kayaba has put me in a situation where I might be an absolute loser. And it's really great too, because it's not even the life and death. It's not even the life and death that he's picturing, because it's not like, if it was explicitly the life and death he was picturing, he would visualize, he would get a vision of himself in the real world dead. He would visualize, like, his actual body, IRL, getting his brain fried. Nah, he pictures getting killed by the boar in the game. So it's just great. It's like, Kirito is toxic levels of obsessed with status. And yeah, it's a poignant detail. But yeah, that's, huge element of his element of his character that's going to keep coming up. And this is great. Right after this, we get this emphasis, we get this big reminder that from Kayaba, that Aincrad has these layers to it, that it has, that it's a hierarchical structure. And he uses it as a way to dig in. So this is actually further emphasis that they're on page, that this is shared between Kayaba and Kirito. So they also share elitism. Hard confirmation here that they share elitism. Which is really creepy, because it's like this dude is literally committed. He's already proven he's committed. He's already started a genocide. I forget the exact number, but because I don't think I have it here, but I think he says already over 200 people died. So he's already he's already finished on 200 people. And he doesn't feel shit about it. And now the immediate next thing we do is point out how much he and Kirito are both elitists. It's a really nice conflict, and you can already see that type of drama I was saying earlier, how it's not about the death game. It's about the character psychologies. It's about the human drama. It's not the death game that's getting emphasized here. It's utterly like, oh my god, Kirito and Kayaba have all this overlap. And that's where I said again, that urgency mood works so well. Because it is not fear. It's not fear that's dominating this scene. It's urgency. And the fear is just a flavor of the urgency, but the urgency is the actual mood that's being used. There's it's unfortunate I can't show it in this analysis because we're using static pictures, but there's a really nice rhythm to the scene too, where it rhythmically is paced, where things come at you a little faster than you expect. Almost like if you were to keep a beat, a lot of instances happen almost before, almost anticipate. If you were to imagine a story happens in measures, a lot of details happen where they sort of anticipate the next measure, making you not quite ready for it, so to speak. Really nice rhythm to the actual scene flow. So this is great. We got the whole mirror stuff. Basically, Kayaba reveals here a lot of empathy. He literally says, I've readied a present for you, ladies and gents, which is sarcasm. It's our first confirmation that Kayaba can do sarcasm, which is eerie because it's high social empathy. Which is just another, Kirito has been established as low social empathy. Kayaba is swagging out up here with high social empathy. He's literally being sarcastic after having just, fried over 200 people's brains. And he not only calls this a present, but the present in question is a mirror, which literally becomes an SMV dunk. He just goes full Tate. Kayaba goes full Tate. Sexual market value. He wants to flaunt. He wants to flaunt to everyone, fuck you. You are not all ikemen or cute girls. You are what you see in this fucking mirror. Kirito, you are not a Tales protagonist. You are a baby-faced, cute, short kid. You are a weak, cute, short kid. And this is great, too, because it confirms friction with Kirito and himself aesthetically. And this is super functional when it comes to Suguha's arc later in Alfheim and stuff. This stuff is pretty important for Aincrad as well, but this stuff gets really, really front and center, really important for Sugaha's arc and the Alfheim stuff. I love this is another thing I really like about SAO. It's rare to see a story like an otaku media story or just any story in general have so many like fine functional notches to exactly what a character's aesthetic is. A lot of times stories it will be more important like how generally attractive one character is versus another. But SAO puts like a lot of emphasis on like what exactly do you look like, you know? And what's really cool about Kirito, aesthetically from a design standpoint, is how he's distinctly cute. Like he still has a like appealing face, which is something we're about to see in the. We're actually about to get confirmation on that in dialogue in a minute, which really great piece of dialogue. But we know he wanted to look cool. Kirito wanted to be cool. You know, he wanted to be a Tails protagonist. So it puts this distinct friction on like his lack of conventional masculinity. It's not how good looking he is that bothers him. It's literally how much is he the spitting image of like classic masculinity. And that's freaking great. Okay, and then of course here we get this shit where it's just a flat out very mean-spirited dunk. Like, oh yeah, oh you guys, you know, you wanted to play as a girl. Not only did you want to play as a girl, but you're like this gaunt ugly dude. This dude who was an Ikemen is a straight up fat. So yeah, it's a really harsh. Again, you can see how harsh this story is. Like, few stories get like quite this mean spirited. You can really see how this ruffles some feathers, like especially with a dude like Digibro. No, Fuzzy. What you'll actually see is that the main thing with Kayaba and Kirito is that they are constantly on page with pretty much everything, except for the extent to how strong they are. They both want SAO to be effectively the real world. The issue is that Asuna comes between them. And I actually explained this in the beginning of the analysis, which I'm sure some people missed, but basically Asuna is the factor that comes between. She's the main thing that separates Kirito and Kayaba. The only thing that would be different between Kayaba and Kirito by default is just that Kirito is young and weak and Kayaba is like old and powerful. But Asuna is the thing that ends up defining their difference entirely, and I'll explain how that ends up functioning later and stuff. So oh yeah, that's a good point, Will. Let me bring that up. That's what's really cool too. Yeah. That's one of the things that's interesting. Yeah, I saw this coming from a mile away, exactly. Yeah, I think I did too when I was watching it for the first time. Yeah, that's what's really interesting is that that's what I was saying is like really interesting about like how it puts this like it constantly puts functional emphasis on exactly how a character is attractive. So like for example, if you take Silica, Lisbeth, and Asuna, they're all good looking. And again, it like even says in the text in no like unclear terms, these are all good looking people. But there's a huge emphasis on exactly how they're good looking. And then like Sugaha too, it's like extremely functional. For example, we'll get to Sugaha, but that's one of the things that's so interesting about it. It's like, it's not just like how attractive are they? It's literally what's the exact like means of aesthetic accomplishment to achieve that. And you're actually about to see something really cool with Klein with that in a minute. We'll get there as far as the masculinity concept. Getting there in a sec. So this is great. This detail here. We have We have this thing where like we get a reprise of this cut, and now we just straight up reveal Kirito. Like it's taken the question off of Kirito here to stress like, okay, not only does the nerve gear have Kirito's face figured out, but Kayaba does. Kirito is utterly under Kayaba's like thumb here. And what was once connotated as an escape from who he is has now transferred into a like literal facing of who he is. Next thing is, oh yeah. I should. This is a really, this one's gonna send us on a slight tangent because this is where we gotta start talking about odd one out finally, the odd one out technique. This is huge. I avoided talking about it up till now just because this cut is these cuts are so good at emphasizing it. There's a literal conceptual spotlight put on Kirito in this cut. Odd one out is it's exactly what you'd think. It's just a technique where you make a character's unique traits functional by virtue of having them shared with no one else. And what this does is it puts a constant it almost creates a game of keep it up where it creates constant tension around what they have in common or not with other characters. It's one of the reasons this is such a great technique. A lot of stories use this technique. This is a really, really good, like, you do not want to sleep on this technique. It's almost harder to find great stories that don't use it, I want to say. To at least some extent. They're not always like utterly revolving around it as much as like SAO is, but like it's super common. So I don't know why I'm getting OCD about that. Oh, there we go. So it basically creates a game of keep it up where constant tension around if it's going to break or not. Tension around if it's going to break. And basically you're constantly a huge part of, and you'll see this when we talk about episode 2. A huge part of Kirito's progress throughout, like as a character, like his character arc in Aincrad, a huge component of it is just like essentially the story like testing to see where his odd one outness breaks. And every time it gets tested against something and doesn't break, like we just reconfirm that he is in fact like an odd one out. It's always accompanied by some kind of either functional confirmation or a functional change. And this is in fact the first one. This is the first one where we're about to get like a huge functional thing here. I won't jump the gun though. We'll get to that. So we get further confirmation of Kayaba's social empathy. Shokun wa ima naze to omoteru daro. I know what you're all thinking. Why? And basically, again, he's literally dunking on all the players by being like, oh, this is shocking to you, right? It's shocking to you that I have already, because that's what he says here, I've already achieved my goal. This is already my goal. There's a lot of venom in Kayaba's delivery here. Specifically because he knows that the concept is shocking to people. That like, oh, I'm obsessed with this virtual world. What's up with that? Like, no one would normally be that obsessed with the virtual world. So what he does is he creates this irony. What we get here is a compliment to everything that happened to the previous, to the Klein Kirito stuff. Because basically what was happening in the Klein Kirito stuff is that being obsessed with this world, being too deeply dunked into this world, put Kirito in a weaker position over Klein once things started developing more. Whereas here, this deep ass no life investment in this world is now serving the opposite. It's Hayaba being on top of everyone. He even owned like the media. He even owned the outside world because they can't intervene because he's just that much of a super genius, which again, back to exaggeration. That's another the fact that one man could own the entire world technologically this badly is ruthless hyper exaggeration. Again, that's functional. It's a functional exaggeration. Kayaba needs to be that much larger than life for all the logic and moods to clutch. So what you basically get here when you get these compositional complements like that, they typically always, remember, if you go back to the main 3 ways to establish theme: character, compositional, conceptual, and each one of these relies, like this conceptual relies on compositional relies on character is just standalone. But here we get a really nice conceptual thematic establishment there, because it's irony expressed through this conflict. Basically, it's super ironic that this no-lifer investment in this game, which started by having the intuitive effect, no life in this game intuitively results in being weaker. It's ironic that now, oh my god, sure enough, it can be stronger. It can make you stronger. And here's where we actually have to talk about, again, like I said, I don't want to go on like too many tangents with it, but this is just this is probably the most like famous SAO thing, to talk about, which is just like, why is Kirito rewarded so much? That was, I think, probably Digibro was the one who made that like the most like sort of iconic seethe, I want to say. I think it was Digibro. And it's extremely funny because it's like, again, it really goes into kind of what I was saying, like with the Aspel victory over Kaiba in the first place, where like your reaction to that kind of says something about like how serious of a reader you are, in a sense, so to speak. Like, are you more of a like, comic book reader, or are you more of a novel reader type thing? Again, I don't want to be like pretentious about this, but point is, it's like, okay, do you care that stories are basically about building ironies between things, and that like superficial advantage or disadvantage for a character is not really relevant? Like, we don't, like, if you're a serious reader, you don't read because you're trying to indulge in a character getting a bunch of victories. And then on flip side, you also don't care if you see a character suffer a bunch of losses. Like, to a serious reader, that info is irrelevant. Like, you don't care. You just want to see thematic development. So there's this funny factor where Kirito is constantly rewarded for extremely negative traits. Like unironically, like he's literally like, he has just been likened to a actual, no life, like crazed, sociopath, genocidal dude. And he's being likened to that. He's shown to be loserish, social anxiety, cowardice, etc. These are constantly turning into traits and stuff that are rewarding. He gets punished plenty for it, but he also frequently gets rewarded for it. And again, that's if you don't have a perspective on stories where they're essentially bound to poetic justice, that's really just supposed to be interesting because it's ironic and irony equals theme and irony equals conveying like harsh aspects of life. Poetic justice runs counter to that. Poetic justice is the notion that human bias should prevail over actual objective ironies that exist in reality. So it's just funny. Like, again, I don't want to, yes, I'm exactly, Sarton. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to dead name Beatrice. The beautiful, I didn't mean to dead name the beautiful Beatrice, but, but yeah, it reflects it reflects an immature desire for poetic justice. So I'm sorry, but that's just how it is. Kirito's certified badass. Enough said. Yeah, exactly. Badassness doesn't care about your feelings. Anyway, I had to get that tangent in there. I was considering of like not even going on that tangent, but what is SAO without talking about Kirito getting unjustifiably rewarded? I mean, that is SAO. You say SAO, that's what you think of. And yeah, I'm sorry. The good guys don't always win. It's just sometimes the bad guys win. That's just how it is. Sometimes the pathetic people win. Well, that's actually, you can kind of see how nice of a composition that is just in concept. It's like, what if there was a contrived virtual world where everything gets mixed up? Now suddenly, like, weakness is strength, but sometimes it's still weakness. Sometimes strength is weakness, but sometimes it's still strength. That's just a nice composition. It's full of compositional and conceptual irony. So it's just, that's literature. This is why I say all writers are intellectual degenerates. Writers are not moralists. Like, all writers, if anything, their proximity with literary irony inspires them to double down on their moral biases. Writers tend to be very, like, bitter, vengeful, very, very moralistic people. But when they write the actual story and they actually do the thematic development, they're ruthless. They just want to depict how reality works. They flat out thrive on depicting how much reality is not biased one way or the other. They thrive on that. And what they often do is they find ways to literally voice and protest that through their depiction of it. So they kind of sneak in through the voice, through the implicit voice. They sneak their feelings in, but as an actual technique, they're bound to the objective. So that's what's interesting. That's why I say, yeah, they're intellectual. They're intellectual degenerates because they're not afraid to go anywhere. They're not afraid to approach any sort of logic space. They have nothing is off limits to a writer. They'll watch the grossest shit imaginable. They'll depict the grossest shit imaginable. This is why I don't want to get on a soapbox here, but you can probably see why free speech is so important if we want literature. You can't have literature without free open speech. It's just impossible. So with that all said, let's go to the next point, which is compositionally, you have this cool thing. You have this nice, like, kind of on-the-nose symbolism where it's like, okay, here's a shot of Kirito where you're getting a big baby face emphasis. He addresses Kayaba by name here, expressing, like, a familiarity especially too because you can't even see other characters around him. You can't even see other players. Emphasis on the clarity of his baby face here. Then Kayaba is like, "Yup, I've already accomplished my goal," and he's faceless. And then you get this thing where, okay, Kirito's angry and some of his hair falls over one of his eyes. That's like this, like, that's this kind of on the nose, like, I want to bridge the gap between us. It's this frustration of like, I'm weak, he's strong. Meanwhile, this creates a lot of odd one outness. You get a lot of odd one outness from this by putting like these are really ruthless shots of emphasizing just how like lame the average player is. Like, this is very humanistic depiction of them. They're all just kind of together in their shock, while Kirito enters a dark sullen expression. Again, even if you missed all this, the direction even puts a spotlight on him, which is, it's funny because I was saying in the beginning how directors can sometimes be a little addicted to show don't tell. Here's a case where they actually opted for some tell. Like, boom, symbolic spotlight on Kirito. If you missed that he's odd one out, it's, you're not gonna miss it now. And then of course we get the where the heck are we? Yes. Finally the clutch. Kirito has accepted everything. He says, "Kore wa genjutsu da." This is reality. He has accepted everything. And you even get this little like symbolic, imagery where what I'm pretty sure the blood, because like he imagines that his paper cut comes back. What that is I'm pretty sure that's actually just literally telling you that the pain sensors have turned on. This is like lore I'd have to confirm in the novels, but I'm pretty sure Kayaba set it up so that there's a light pain sensor in SAO. And I'm pretty sure the blood coming on is Kirito noting that, like, oh, he's turned pain sensors on. I'm not positive about that, though. It could just be him being like, oh, my body now is the same body I have IRL. Amounts to the same thing either way, because it just amounts to setup for this. That, yes, this is reality. And, okay, so, of course, we get this funny detail where it's like, Silica, freaks out and bumps into distinctly a fat man. You also get a quick image of Lisbeth here. And, both of these are to tell you, like, oh, yes, there are some attractive girls actually in this world now. But it's really funny because it's just like the exact, like, timing of the exact timing of a, like, having Silica be the one to, like, kick off Panic is just really funny because it's just like there is this interesting thing where it's like Kirito moodily expresses anger here, whereas there's an emphasis on the mobs doing shock. So here's this really nice detail where it's like most shocked. And this is really, really funny because normally, because there's such an emphasis on like the humanism and sort of like lame, like, there's even this emphasis on like, this like very ugly girl here. And like this dude's unshaven and shit. This dude's got a big wide ass nose. This dude's unk as hell. There's this real just like dunk on their actual like looks and stuff. While Kirito is being separated from them, he's being odd one outed from them. But what it does to be like, oh, the point isn't that like Kirito has a cute face and that's why he's able to be like strong, because good looking people are just like superior or something. It distinctly takes Silica here, who's literally the cutest character. So she literally has a looks connotation in common with Kirito. It makes her become the most shocked because it's trying to emphasize how much like normalcy attractive looks at this point is a symbol of like literally the SMV of the players that was robbed from them to like make this essentially reality. And the competition of that type of shit in the first place is literally like the thing that's being run away from. So having cute girls in this world at all, because they're so scarce, harkens back to the dynamics of the real world. Again, that everyone was trying to run away from. Everyone was trying to run away from these like, oh, good looks are scarce type world. So having Silica be the one to start off the panic in everyone, to basically be more these guys than these guys are these guys. It's a wild sentence, but yeah, I meant that. Cuts off the connection. Cuts off her on-pageness. Cuts off Kirito from connecting to her. So it helps. You're already getting a basic odd one out, like re-emphasis here. And that's why I said, like, every time you get the odd one out re-emphasized, it functionally either reconfirms things or breaks additional ground. And in this case, it literally puts distance between him and girls. Which is really cool, because a huge part of the story is literally him rebuilding proximity with the girls, which we'll get into. I'm not going to go nuts into that right now because that's like cool stuff we'll talk about later. But at any rate, really cool irony stuff. It's just like really trying to emphasize that the nature of Kirito is that he's the most distant one from reality, and therefore the one who's able to be most on page with Kayaba in this case. So here we get a continuation where we then see him act on this. So we've had hard confirmation of his odd one outness, and then now he's putting that to use by dragging Klein with him. And here's the thing that's really cool. There's a zero-sum game mechanic. Remember how I would talk about how each mechanic is functional up to this point? Kirito starts explaining how SAO has been designed in such a way where it actually is not designed to it's balanced in such a way where it doesn't accommodate every single player. It actually has like a rich get richer system. It has a rich get richer system where the stronger you are, the easier it is to block people out of like good grinding areas and to take on like, apparently like you get more access to the better quests and stuff too. I don't know exactly how it works. I can't remember if the books go into detail on this or not, but for whatever reason, we have enough proof that Kirito understands this game, and that, you know, sure enough, Kayaba has designed it in the zero-sum way. Again, back to that exaggeration principle. It's like, yes, everything here, there's no noise in the design. There's no complexity to SAO design. It's everything is a direct transposition of Kayaba's psychology. And Kayaba is elitist, so that's why he created this really like rich get richer system with SAO. There's a bunch of cool stuff with that later too. but yeah, so it's really cool when like he explains this shit. He's got this sort of like, he's got this like cold calculating expression, but not in a cool way. It's really funny because it's like, it's one of those great details where it's like, oh, okay, he can be cold and calculating, kind of like how Kayaba just was. But for him right now, it's so lame, and it puts him in. All we're mostly getting from this is low empathy for Klein, because most of their dynamic here is Kirito literally forgetting that Klein has like friends here, that he like doesn't, that it's kind of sociopathic to just run off from everyone. And this is right after he just said like, by the way, this is a rich get richer game, and like, if we want to be rich, we got to get started now and leave everyone behind. So it's extremely not masculine behavior. And what Klein does is he hits him with this like, dog, I gotta watch out for my friends thing. And what happens is Klein says, I gotta watch out for my friends, and he continues being cold and calculating about this, but with now some urgency. Urgent edition of being cold and calculating. So what he does is, the books are more explicit about this. Some people might have missed this in the anime because again, like a little more show don't tell than we need. But what Kirito's actually doing here, and the book is more explicit about this. I probably should have put the text from the book here, but it's all right. What Kirito is actually doing here is he's calculating to see how much he can emotion. Two things: the likelihood of someone dying when he has more people to account for teaching how to play the game, and also what he can emotionally handle when it comes to having party members. And that's a huge part of it. In the book, he even starts calculating how much emotional baggage he would receive and blame from other players in the case that someone did die, which is just hilarious. I don't even think that needs explanation. That's just hilarious. And there's really, really great, for what the anime cuts out of explicitly defining his thoughts. What it does do here is this is super abrupt. And remember what I said about abrupt modal changes in a character? They're explained by whatever is accompanying that. And what's actually happens here is what got Kirito so shocked. There's even like some sweat coming out, sweat drops, to really emphasize how shocked he is. Klein just says, "Buddy, like, my bad, man. Like I'm sorry. Like, it, as in, like, I'm sorry, but like I can't do what you're doing." And the cold calculating mode instantly drops to just panic. Indicating that like the dominant thing here is literally just desperation. And that's how, yes, this is how anime viewers are supposed to infer, just from him thinking like, Klein Dake Nada. If it's just Klein, maybe I can get by. Maybe two others. Maybe not even one other. That there's an emotional element to what he's calculating and not just a system element, because he wouldn't revert to sheer panic so much just from Klein saying like, I'm sorry, man. But yeah, like, would I have rather seen the explicit thoughts from the book in there? Probably. But again, that's what I said. Like, get used to this, like, expecting the reader or the viewer to infer like fucking everything pattern, because it's just, that's how a lot of anime is directed. So Klein immediately reverts to this like calm sort of masculine empathetic body language, because again, he knows the power dynamics here. He knows that like he has, and we go back, we even reprise the Kirito and Darkness, Klein and Light composition. he knows that Kirito feels like shit about this and feels like a coward and a pussy. And he chooses language specifically to pity him. Ome ni kore ijo seiwa naru wake ni wa ikanei yo na. Like I can't just keep relying on you. He, out of pity, words that like, oh, you know, you're strong, man, and like I don't want to hold you back type thing. Like I gotta be strong too, even though, you know, his body language and everything says damn well, like he knows, like, okay, you can't be masculine. I'm sorry about that, but I gotta be masculine, you know. Which number I want? Yeah, 36 here. Okay, let me check my notes real quick. So that's what's really funny here, where it's like we're starting to see the fruits now of, like, we're starting to see actual consequence now from Kirito being on page with Kayaba. You know, we're getting like okay, here's an explicit consequential act of cowardice where like he can't keep up with Klein. Yeah, he's by Clyde, I assume you mean Klein. Yeah, Klein is a Giga Chad. Yeah, it's a Giga Chad. His entire point in the story is really just to emphasize how much cowardice Kirito suffers from, you know. And this, okay, now this interaction, this is the one, like I said, I'm gonna have to glaze this interaction a bit. This shit is so good. This shit is fire. This was, I'm pretty sure one of the reasons this section is so fire is because this was added in the revised version, not the web. The web novel version was significantly worse for the opening stuff. So one of the reasons this stuff is just such like a nice refined thing to it is because I'm pretty sure Kawahara wrote this in like a decent bit later. So, oh yeah, LV, that's such a great point. Yeah, exactly. Kirito has this like, there's a huge humanistic like, oh, Kirito is such a first world aesthetic. Exactly. It's like that, like, oh, that first world makes you soft aesthetic to him. Like, so that's such a big factor of his design. That's a really good call. And it's, you know, it's inherently ironic because it's like that normally associates you with society, but like, oh, you know, he wants to run from that and enter a world of like, you know, more barbaric means of social competition. So here we get this thing. So here we get this thing where Kirito just gives up. He just goes into self-pity here. He just goes into a self-pity sadness stance here. And this is where we get, I fucking love this scene so much because we get these hard confirmations now on things that were boiling. Like, notice how up till now, every time I mentioned how, like, things like this being pity and stuff from Klein, we've used circumstantial evidence to prove it. This gesture and stuff from Klein is hard confirmation that it's an actual hard pity, because this body language and all this stuff, this is explicit pity. It's our first hard explicit pity. And he actually calls out to Kirito twice. He doesn't just call out to him once. He calls out to him the first time, and then Kirito stops for a sec, but then keeps walking. But then he calls him again. He's like, no, definitely be stopped. And what he does is he starts thinking about what to say, because he doesn't even care what he says at this point. He just wants to, like, express that he feels sorry for him. So this is amazing. What he chooses to say to him is, "Ome honto wa angai kawaii kao shite ga na. Kekko konomi daze." So he makes like a literal like a backhanded compliment, like gay joke to him. He's like, you know, like you're really my type, you know. And this is so layered too, because this literally calls back to Suguha, who Klein knows exists because she was mentioned to him. So he's literally being like, he's like, you can't know the exact extent to which he like is calculating exactly what he's saying. All you know is that he's saying this while flustered because he took a minute to think of what to even say to him. So Klein's kind of like accidentally being like, you know, I'd really like now I really want to meet your sister. In the process of even accidentally digging into one of Kirito's like most sensitive subjects, which is his baby face looks, and the lack of masculinity with it too. And you notice the height difference between them even comes out a lot stronger here as well. You get this like clean height difference now. You know, with him always like looking downward now. So he accidentally hits on two of Kirito's most sensitive things, being like baby face and Suguha, while trying to like, you know, show some like, you know, desperately show friendliness for toward him. And you get this this great expression here from Kirito where he's like, he's shocked, but he's not disturbed. He's not disturbed by this. There's actual like relief here. Even though he just hit on something so sensitive. And what happens is you get a pause here because he's both shocked by the fact that he's really pulling out the stops to call to him. And then he makes a friendly face. He's just so happy that Klein called out to him. And this is great what he says here. He literally tries to make an equivalent joke back to him. Omae mo sono nobushi tsura no hou ga jubai ni atteru yo. What he basically says is like, he's like, your bandit face, like you're kind of like a thug. It's sort of like a wafu thug, like a nobushi is sort of like a wafu kind of connotation of a thug. It can also mean just sort of like a wandering samurai, but it has a connotation of like a scruffy bandit, you know, uncultured kind of samurai or whatever. And so what he says to them, like as a way to like try to participate in the banter, he's like, you know, your rugged bandit face suits you 10 times better than my baby face suits me. And what's hilarious about this is that it's like literally it's not equivalent it's not equivalent to what Klein said. It's not, because it doesn't emasculate Klein. Like, it's so much less emasculating to someone to be like, you look like a thug bandit, than it is to tell someone like, yo, you have a baby face and you're sensitive about it. And also, by the way, I want to get with your sister implicitly. But that's what makes this shit so good. Because it's the sheer fact that in this moment, Kirito is clearly more happy and slightly manic to have a friend to do banter with than he cares about actually balancing the books with their power dynamics. And then this is the climax of the episode right here. What happens is he starts walking and he gets really sad that they have to part. And then what does he do? He turns around one last time, hoping to see that he's still there for like, you know, oh, he's gonna wait for him 1/3 time, and he's not. He's gone. And what happens is it's an actual expression of shock and like feelings of betrayal. Even though he's in like no position to actually expect. And that's why this is the climax of the whole app. Because this literally calls back. This literally even calls back to the Suguha stuff at the beginning. And what happens next? We get this imagery now of, you know, again, more good like odd one out imagery, like, oh, he's running alone and stuff. And like what thoughts flash through his head? Two distinct things flash through his head while he's running. Suguha and Klein. And they're now equated because he had an equivalent experience with both. He had an experience where he put distance between himself and this other person due to all his negative traits and stuff. And then he literally put the expectation solely on the other person to close that gap. And yet he still hates that the result happened. That happened. And this is great because it's like literally a... there's so much to say here because this has like parallels with Kayaba. It's just, this sets up so much shit. And literally, what does he immediately do after getting a reprisal of his relationship with Suguha? He turns it into action. He turns it into action, and so we get this like really hard confirmation here that like, oh, that's just Kirito's MO. He literally takes his weakness results in being proactive and strong in this world. And there's a really great detail here too, where like when he slices the wolf thing, he slices the wolf, and then he actually makes an expression of like panic, essentially, as he sort of loses his balance afterward, indicating that until he actually kills like an enemy in this world, he's not gonna get how he felt about killing shit. Like he's not gonna get his confidence back until he at least kills like one thing. And it's an obvious protest to, you know, thinking about this baggage shit. And then of course we get the iconic Kirito shout to, you know, the Kirito shout is just, the reason this shit is so good is because it's a mixed mood to the point of overflow. Basically what it is the Kirito shout is what happens when you know, and this later evolves when he starts doing the Mota Hayaku shit. And what's basically happening is he's getting a cyclical emotion of shame and pride. Shame and victory, so losing and winning, are combining so cyclically that it turns into generic protest. And that's like basically why that was such like a really unique, it's one of those like really like when you get like really complex characters and well-written stuff, they tend to have signature body language associated with them you'll never see elsewhere, or if you do, you'll never see it in the exact way. Like take Kyosuke from Little Busters, for example. He's got the iconic like Kyosuke smile. The Kyosuke smile doesn't look that different from like maybe a character in like Naruto or something doing a smile and shit. But what makes it really unique is the exact composition he pairs it with and the exact body language he pairs it with and all that stuff. That's what I'm basically talking about. Like when you get enough, when you get those sort of signature body language things, they're usually evidence that a Moodle mixture is very, very unique to that character. And so losing, winning, mixing together cyclically until it hits an overflow, that's really, really unique to Kirito. There's not many characters that have that exact same relationship with losing and winning, where it spins together into a like fucked up cycle. Yeah, it's a tone eruption, exactly. Yeah, so I love that shit. But yeah, it's just, let me just take a breather to talk about how much I like this shit. I just love this shit so much because it's like there was a facade to Kirito the entire episode where he's like he's kind of like in this tug of war the entire time. And here he just fails it. He just fails the tug of war. He's just like, fuck it, why did you leave? Like, it's literally he reverts to like a childish expression of like, why did daddy leave me? Why did mom leave me? Like, why did my friends leave me? He finally fails the tug of war after so much, like, he's literally showing anger while everyone else is shocked. Like, he's in these strong positions and stuff. He's in these strengthening positions and stuff. Like, even this is technically strengthening for him because it associates him with like the fact that he got shocked at the fact that he was able to catch on to what Kayaba was doing before other people. That's even strengthening him because it relates him to Kayaba, who's strong. But then finally here, it's just like he's not being linked to Kayaba. He's not even able to do, he just failed. He basically failed a banter QuickTime event miserably. He just got way more emasculated than he was able to banter back at the other dude. And he's just given in. He's just completely given in. The whole thing falls apart. It's great. It's just fucking great. And there's actually another point where this happens at the end of Aincrad that we'll talk about when we get to that. Anyway, love that shit. It's just the whole ep is building to this facial expression. It's just like, it's like you're edging, and then boom, you get it. And it's just so satisfying. I love it even too, how he straight up looks. This is one of the coolest he ever looks, facial expression wise, as normal Kirito, as not his like Tales of avatar. This is one of the coolest. In fact, I think even in terms of facial expressions, I think this is one of the most like kind of dark, reflective facial expressions he makes. I think even his avatar never makes an expression that has this much of a kind of cool connotation. But then it immediately flows into this really childish looking expression. Really getting like a baby face emphasis here and stuff. It's just great. It's just great. Great stuff. Definitely like top 3 moments of the show for me. Okay, and then finally, of course, we get the post credits where we get the insanely hype. It's been 1 month. 2,000 people have been killed. 2,000 people dead. We didn't even clear the first floor. Kirito thought he was gonna clear 7 floors or get to the 8th floor or whatever in 1 month. He didn't even clear 1. And that was already like with the expectation of like absolute no lifing shit. So it's just this like this is an interesting one too, because there is a massive disparity here in this between whether if you were reading SAO as like conventional genre stuff up to this point, like if you were expecting like strong motion, this is gonna read to you as just like basic death game hype. It's gonna put like really weird expectations on the story, and this is definitely a thing that happened. Um, you get stuff like this where it's like, okay, it's flaunting the death game, but what this really is, how does this actually function? Is what it really does is it just it confirms consequence to Kayaba as a character. Like it confirms like he's dead ass. Like you don't fuck with Kayaba. Um, but and it also introduces an urgent mood, which is really functional for the rest of the story. Um, but um, the thing is that it's like you can easily take this as just like, all right, bros, let's go death game, let's do it. This is gonna be like battle royale or something. Um, and not realize that it's actually corresponding to confirmation about like more of a psychological weak motion character thing. That will be a huge separation point of expectations, and this is also where the anime comes in. The books now are just gonna jump right into the massive time skip. Whereas the anime episode 2 literally pulls from Progressive, which is a spin-off series made to detail the Aincrad events in more detail. And don't get me wrong, episode 2 is good, and we're about to do a quick breakdown of episode 2. We're not going to do like a full prosal analysis of it, because that would take too long. And it's just not worth it. The fact that the anime then pulls from Progressive after this, it doesn't do a lot to dispel expectations the average viewer who's not paying like super functional attention to everything could form. And it can therefore spend an entire another episode thinking that like the death game like it's strong motion genre driven death game stuff, which is really funny because I've seen a type of viewer, even in Japan you'll get that type of viewer all the time. It's like, what the heck, I was promised like crude basic death game drama and stuff, why am I getting all this like, you know, this drama shit, like what's going on? So that's just really funny. That's just, you know, again, it's the anime did it to itself. That's what they wanted to do. They wanted to set up a more linear flow of things. They wanted to set up a more, you know, conventional build to the end type thing. But yeah, that's the price you pay when you do that. So you got to think about that, because it's like, on one hand, it worked because first of all, it's still intact. It's still intact. You know, like the tonal flow of SAO book 1 and book 2 are intact in the anime. But yes, at its worst, it gets as bad as like only 80% as good. At times it's 100% as good, but at times it sacrifices like a full 20% of the quality of the novels, which is unfortunate. And part of that is just not just cut out pages, but also due to structuring and shit. On the flip side, you'll see when we start talking about episode 2 right now, which again, we're not going to do a full prose breakdown of, but episode 2 is very smart. It's very smartly done, and it's adapted from well-written content. It's just that it doesn't like fit conventionally. They made it fit using some clever tricks and stuff. But yeah, it's just funny because it's like, what would have been smarter is to really throw in your face like, oh yes, SAO is a human drama story. It's not like it's just using a death game as the vehicle for this first arc. But it definitely can be a Trojan horse for people who want something that's like a simpler, you know, basic death game genre driven. You know, don't get me wrong, fantastic writers can do, you know, lower brow genre stuff, strong motion, more cause and effect, crude genre stuff, with like that type of shit. That is not inherently worse. It's just that it calls for less at a foundational level, and it calls for less inherent reader attentiveness to follow exactly what's happening. On the flip side, what's really interesting about SAO, and probably one of the reasons the anime from a market standpoint was so successful, was it kind of satisfies both camps easily. Because I remember when it came out that the death game drama. Oh, and by the way, in case you haven't noticed, death games go wild in the market. People's grandmas come out of the woodwork when otaku media does death games. For some reason, it's just this like evergreen genre in the market that like no one gets sick of, everyone loves. It's just like stuff doesn't even have to be like that good in the genre, and it can just like pop the fuck off. If it's good, all the better. Like Mono Saba came out recently. People went nuts for that, like absolutely nuts for that. And it didn't even get an English translation yet. Death games, they just go hard in the market. So what the SAO anime did is it was enough conventional death gamey to appeal to people who wanted that. But on the flip side, it was interesting because people who would be inclined to look down on like, lower brow genres and stuff, because there's, put it simply, there's typically two camps of consumers. There's the consumer who wants their lowbrow tropes, and then there's the consumer who wants their highbrow tropes. To put it simply, there's a lot more types of consumers than that. But to put it simply, you can kind of divide consumers into two camps. SAO was very good at satisfying both, especially in the anime. I remember so many people were talking about SAO when it dropped with the first season, like, oh yeah, it's so shocking, like you're not ready for it. Like you go in, you think you're getting like Squid Games didn't exist at the time, but like, whatever. You think you're getting Battle Royale, but like holy crap, it's gonna shock you with how like human and sensitive and lived in, the whole thing is. Like don't go in expecting your classic thriller slop. Like this is a sophisticated human drama and stuff. So it did a really good job of satisfying both camps. And I think that's one of the reasons it was able to become Dengeki's bestseller even for a bit, even though some stuff like Index is, I guess it's time. Let's answer how good was SAO actually. If you take Index, Tora Majutsu no Index, SAO is dog shit compared to Index. Like that's how good Index is. Like I just spent 5 hours glazing SAO and talking about just how many details are in the story, just how much awesome shit is going on. That is dog shit compared to Index. And Index is not even the best of the best. Like Index is fucking amazing, but it is not the best of the best. That's we get into like Goku tier power scaling when it comes to storytelling. So I guess I'll introduce the Howard scale for you right now. There's the Howard scale. And this is sort of my private way of roughly, don't take the Howard scale too seriously. It's not meant to be super serious. This is the Howard scale. And so basically this is the pro line. This is where pro starts. Pro starts at 4. 4 is entry level pro. To give an example of something at this writing level, like Chunikoi, for example. If you've ever seen Chunikoi or read it. I don't know what the books are like, but the anime, that's right boom at that, just right over the pro line. 3, this is like good manga, like basically. Like if you have like a manga that's like, you know, it's still very manga, but it's like better, you know, it's better stuff. Or like something that's more in that like kind of screenplay writer level, like a solid screenplay or whatever, or drama or whatever. That's going to be like more like your threes. 2 and 1 are kind of just like not good, but two at least something's happening. 1 like it's just nothing's happening. Okay. Here is the dividing line for, I usually call this like kamige, but like really what it is it's high level. This is where you're getting high level pros. This is not arbitrary. When I make the high level, low level distinction, there's actually a lot of properties of stories that change once you cross this line. Like there's a lot of things that change. For one, mastery of tonal motion becomes essentially complete when it crosses this mark. What this means is it uses all full space is being used. I don't want to talk too abstract about this because I know I'm just going to lose some people. But basically what that means is every single beat the story can do something, it does something. Once you hit the high level mark. So not a single beat passes in the story where it's not doing something to its advantage. Every single beat, which means every single time you could basically think of it as every single sentence. It's doing an actual functional level improvement. It's not just reinforcing something. It's not just clarifying. It's actually functionally advancing every single beat of info. It's not necessarily sentence to sentence, but it's, you know, you can roughly call it a sentence to sentence. That's when you know you're reading high level shit. A good example of sort of entry level, high level would be like DAO, like Data Live. You ever, you know, read that? It doesn't always. The anime fluctuates in how good of an adaptation is. They even had like a budget doozy with season 3, but when it's being true to Tachibana's writing, it's boom, entry level, high level. SAO would be basically, SAO's kind of fluctuates, so it'd be kind of like in this range. And it fluctuates because it was revised heavily and it spans like, you know, different years of the writer's life and stuff, so it's not exactly consistent. Point is, it roughly hovers in this region. If you have index, you're like here. And these numbers get exponentially more powerful as they go up. And you can actually this is not vibe. You can actually mathematically calculate sentence to sentence how much something is doing, or if it's anime, cut to cut, how much a thing is doing. You can actually get an actual like mathematical, like, okay, you did this many things, you got this much tonal motion for it. It's like legit, like you can actually write out like a proof for how much is being done. And that's what the Howard scale is based on. So anyway, the point is like, yes, the shit power scales. It power scales. It really does power scale. And it's one of the reasons I feel so strongly about analysis and stuff, because it's unfortunate that we have hyper geniuses, one of a kind geniuses occupying space like this, but we just don't get to talk about it much. It's sad. It makes me sad. And I want to, you know, I want to create more market appreciation for this stuff. So yeah, that's that. Eva fluctuates because it's committee written. Eva, there's no one writer for Eva. I know it gets credited to Ano a lot, but it's not Ano. It's just not. And in fact, the episode that the episode that Ano didn't participate on, episode 4, from just going off of memory, is actually the strongest written episode. And a lot of people, if you actually look into talks about Eva's development, a lot of people actually would flat out say, like, Ano was holding the project back, like dead ass, and stuff. And I buy it. I'll get it. We're gonna cover Eva. We're gonna cover Eva at some point, but it's gonna be kind of a special analysis because when we talk about Eva, I want to talk at length about the cultural context of it and stuff. Like, because when I do technical analyses, I know I talked about cultural stuff a little bit with SAO and stuff, but that was to try and clarify things more and stuff. I don't want to rant too much about the cultural side of things while doing these. But when it comes to Eva, we're going to do a special one that's actually going to focus more on the cultural side and stuff, and a little less on the technical side. We're still going to cover the technical side, but we're going to focus a little less on it. But yeah, Eva fluctuates, but on average, Eva TV tends to be around 3, and then Eva, the rebuilds tend to run around 4. Again, it depends. Like sometimes it could even go to like 5. It just depends because it's a committee written thing. And yes, the rebuilds are solely credited to Ano as the writer. I don't buy it for a second. There is no way in hell the producer was gonna allow another writing name on that credit. And there is no way in hell they didn't find some Eva fanboys to be like, oh yeah, sure, I'll help ghostwrite it. There is no way in hell. It's just not possible. Skaji confirmed ghostwriting happens all the time, especially in video games. But it happens in anime too. I don't buy it for a second. They brought on help. And that's why the quality in the rebuilds even fluctuates a little bit. But yeah, Eva TV's like this range. Eva rebuilds is like this range. But yeah, anyway, it's interesting. It's really interesting. Haruhi is early Haruhi is very similar to what we just went over. Like early Haruhi is very similar to early SAO in quality. Late Haruhi, I don't even remember. I have to read it in a while. It might even get to like 7. It might even get high level. Later Haruhi, like especially past the anime, that shit goes like hard. I have to reread it soon, but that shit goes really, really hard. So I think it gets to like the 7 point. I don't remember though. I don't remember for sure. I'm not. Don't hold me to that. Umineko. Okay, I have a little cute thing where I reserve 10 for whenever Jun Maeda is not doing something dumb, like ruining the last episodes of his anime originals. He's over that phase now, by the way. If you've played Hebon, he'll never make that type of mistake again. But anyway, Jun Maeda on Clanad Onward. He's the sole 10 occupier. I kind of do that as like a cute thing. Like honestly, if you were to argue that Ryu at his best occupies the same space, I wouldn't fight you to the death with it. But basically, I like separating 10. I like separating 10 just for him. But yeah, Umineko is just like absolutely perfect, obviously. Like you know. You can't expect to write a story better than Umineko. But it's not just Umineko. Like Ryu knows what he's doing. Like Ryu's one of those writers that's not always outputting at his highest level. Like there are some writers like that. Like some writers are lazy and they'll do so. Like Loopers was lazy. Like Ryu was not putting his best foot forward with Loopers. It was still really, really good, but like he was not putting his best foot forward with that. Whereas you'll read something like Garo Kass. That shit was just, oh my god, that was just on, like that was just perfect. Even better than Umineko, but you know, it's a short story, it's less ambitious. So you know, like when someone's good, they're good. And if you read like what exists of Kikonia, you know, that's even better than Umineko, because you know, writers get better. You know, they kind of just get better as they go. So yeah, I mean, the best guys are, they're hyper geniuses of levels we can't fathom. Like there's no end to the glaze. Like you can't glaze these guys enough. Like they they're just they're beyond human. Oh, Carver would typically go in the 8-9 space. It depends on where you catch him. Like a mix of which mood you catch him in and where in his career you catch him. It's worth noting though, Carver was, and this is why I glaze Carver so much. He did this before anime existed. And you might wonder why that's significant. It's significant because anime art styles, especially like distinctly like O's onward anime art styles, they unlocked like new knowledge of mood control and like actual like literal new mood techniques that literally human society did not even know existed prior to that. If they did, they would have been drawing anime characters. So that we have hard proof they didn't. The ancient Greeks never drew anime. The Renaissance guys never drew anime. Well, Da Vinci was getting very close. Like he was getting very, very damn close to anime at its peak. But it's not like he was doing like, it's not like he knew moe designs or anything like that. So even if he was on the cusp of inventing anime, he still didn't, take that final step. And what anime did is it introduced a bunch of moods that literally writers didn't know existed. They literally didn't know you could do all these crazy moods and stuff. They didn't, so it unlocked a whole new set of design possibilities and stuff, which makes it a lot easier to write at a high level. So the fact that Carver was that good, he basically pushed like non-anime to its absolute limit. Just goes to show that like he needs like a special place in the Hall of Fame. He really was that good. I just reread like a couple of his stories, and sure enough, I probably don't even glaze him enough. He was a hyper genius. He was just this weird. He's the trope. He's the shonen slop trope. Carver is the shonen slop trope of like when you just find some like random drunkard and he's like strongest dude. He's just like strongest in the verse. Yeah, that's Carver. He's just this dumpy drunkard, but like it's just strongest in the verse. He's insane. I still think that what Jin Maeda does is more impressive than Carver. I think what Ryu does is more impressive than Carver because it's, Ryu can do long form and stuff. Carver never did long form. But yeah, like he's just a freak. He was a freak. He was an actual freak. Yeah, Da Vinci was otaku. Totally. So was the first wife. Do I have any Carver stories to recommend? All of them. All of them. If you're only going to read one Carver story, I would say Small Good Thing is probably my favorite one. Or my second favorite. My favorites are Small Good Thing and Nobody Said Anything. Those are my two favorites. Yeah, that's the first one in the Where I'm Calling From collection. Yeah. Yeah. Both of these, you could probably see if you read them why I like them. Both of these have a little bit of a key flavor to them. They kind of feel like they could be key works. But yeah, highly recommend. All right, let's talk about Ep 2 a bit. Oh yeah, I wouldn't mind doing that, Chris. Like I wouldn't mind breaking down a Western author. That would be like my favorite ones. I wouldn't mind doing that, especially because we could talk about like, it's interesting because we can be like, oh, yo, this is like, where they're similar and different to otaku writers. It's really interesting. It expands your mind. It expands your mind of what exactly is otaku writing when you analyze non-otaku writing. So I think it's an important thing to do. So let's talk real quick about thoughts on the Kami-sama anime. I literally only watched, I think, like 3 episodes so far. And then the 3 eps I watched were just, they were just the best thing in like literally the best thing in anime. Like if you're just like, oh, what's the best anime shit that's ever been made? It's just like, I don't know what happens after ep 3, but like I watched 3 episodes of Kami-sama, that's the best. There's just nothing like Jin Maeda's writing when he's on. I heard he botched the endings again. All right, we're gonna do it. I'm gonna talk. We're gonna take a Jun. I'm gonna write it on screen right now. It's Jun Maeda intermission. We're gonna take a Jun Maeda intermission. I need to talk. We need to talk about parallel universes. We need to talk about post Little Busters Jun Maeda for a second. What the hell is going on? What's the deal with Hebban? Has Scotty read any Bret Easton Ellis? He feels like he has. Like he feels like it would be right up his alley. I wonder if he has or not. Yeah, I'm an Ivy League professor, exactly. Skaji, I've only the only shit I've read from Skaji was Subihibi and Saku Uta. Subihibi is mixed in quality because he's literally dragging his debut work. And he is insane. Skaji is insane. He doesn't care about reviving his debut work a million times. And like you can't do that. Like you revive your debut work, you're reviving some of your debut quality. Which is to say, you're reviving some shit that's just not going to be that good. And there are long stretches of Subihibi that are barely changed from Tsui no Sora. There are parts that are just not that good. But then when it's like him really doing his like proper level, it's just like, holy shit, this dude's a genius. That being said, even Subihibi at its best is not as good as Saku Uta even at its worst. Saku Uta is where he really showed his like true power. Saku Uta is an absolute fucking crazy masterpiece. If that's how good he was in Saku Uta, I can only imagine how good he is now. He's probably not, he's probably writing in like the strong 9 level at this point. I don't know. I'll have to read his current writing, but Saku Uta is an easy like 8.5 range type story. That thing is an insane masterpiece. The Little Busters anime is not, it's not bad, but it's not a good, it's a, let's put it this way, good anime, terrible adaptation. Yeah, posted it again award for releasing the same VN 3 times. Absolutely cooked. Is the Bible otaku media? Yeah, it's Chunicore. The Bible is Chunicore. Yeah, Scotty's also an artist. He draws, and he's pretty good. He is oddly good at drawing for a writer. Especially a super genius writer. Okay, so let's talk about Jun Maeda for a second. All right. So Jun Maeda makes Clanad, right? He makes Clanad. Clanad used you know how I was just saying how as anime evolved, it literally like granted new powers to writers as anime evolved? Jun Maeda wrote Clanad before anime was fully evolved. Before all the cool tricks were discovered. But many cool tricks were discovered. Before all the cool tricks, he made Clanad. He's such a hyper genius that he was able to make absolutely perfect work, like absolutely just complete top level, impossible to beat shit before even the full set of tricks that came from otaku discoveries of like the advanced applications for mood and mood control that came from more advanced like style refinement. He was able to make Clannad before that, because don't forget, he started writing Clannad in 2001. The first official art of Nagisa was actually on a album released in 2002. So that's how long ago he was. He already knew what Clannad's story was. He was working on that thing for quite a bit. Of course, he's working on Hebon like a million times more, but you know, Hebon is massive, so Clannad's pretty massive too. Then he goes, "Oh fuck, how did I do that? I don't know if I can I don't know if I can hit that level again. What the fuck? I outdid myself." He does it again, but better. And this time he is using all the cool tricks. All the cool tricks. He's got all the cool new moves. This came with all the cool new moves. There's a trick called characterization packing, a technique called I call characterization packing. And this is one of the actual coolest things ever. Like literal coolest fucking thing ever. This is a trick where you actually literally make a character do multiple things at once. It's as crazy as it sounds. Basically, I'm not going to do like a full breakdown on how to actually do it. It's really, really complicated. But basically what you do is you, through really, really deliberate like mood control and psychological implication, you actually create a state where there are two equally valid psychological interpretations for a character coexisting at the same time, and they actually will function as both at once. I'm not joking. That's a real thing. That is a real trick. If you take like Gochiusa, it's run entirely by this trick, like something fierce. Like it wants this trick every 5 seconds. Without characterization packing, Gochiusa wouldn't even be able to exist. Characterization packing stuff, literally Hussy knew. All right, I don't want to turn this into a Hussy glaze sesh. Hussy knew a lot of crazy tricks. He didn't have like all the tricks that Otaku Media could do and stuff, especially because he wasn't even working in like an anime aesthetic and shit, which does have modal consequences. But he was working in something that had many equivalent properties. And he legit knew a lot of weird tricks that were exclusive, that are normally you'll never find in English. He's like the one place I've ever seen certain tricks done and stuff. Kind of mind-blowing, but it's a shame he's such a terrible human being. But you could call it characterization stacking. I mean, I like saying packing because you're like shoving shit into space that like it shouldn't normally fix. But you could call it stacking. I mean, it's whatever you want to call it. It's my own term. Whatever term you like, you can call it that. So yeah, it's literally a trick, and this trick was not being used in Clannad, but it was being used in Little Busters to quite a great effect. So, all right. So he's like the god. He's like I'm gonna outdo everyone, and then I'm gonna do it again even better. After this, he didn't want to write. What he did want to do though is make music, because apparently being the greatest writer to ever live wasn't enough for him. He also had to be professional level at composing. It's worth noting he can't arrange, so don't get any strange ideas. Like, you can't be the best in the world at two things. You have to pick one. He chose writing, and he's like, even on it, like, it's not even a time restraint. It's just like on a basic like mental level, you can't handle being like an absolute grandmaster at two things. So it's not even like a time restriction; it's a mental restriction. So he wanted to focus on composing. And so what they did was they characterization maxing. Let's fucking go. Get, you know, gotta, the only way to get Stacy's in the current SMV climate is economy, is characterization maxing. All right, so he took a backseat from writing. What happened was he was urged for like 4 hours straight or something to come back to writing, specifically in anime. And he was like, all right, fuck it, I'll come back. All right, fine. There's actually an interview with well, it's not like an interview, it's like a discussion style interview. There's a written discussion with him and Ryukishi talk. It's super funny. If you can get your hands on it, check it out. Super funny talk between those two during the making of Rewrite, where June's like, I'm done, I'm not writing anymore, like fuck this, I can't write anymore. And Ryu is like, man, that sucks, like you gotta come back. And it's really, really funny. So he did come back. And this is where, hold on, sorry. I gotta text my mom real quick. Okay, so this is where Angel Beats comes out. Angel Beats is equal parts famous as it is infamous. And that's because it's, at the time, it was simultaneously the best writing anime had ever seen. And then at the end, it just becomes kind of mediocre. And this pissed people off like you would not believe. Like, a lot of Umineko actually talks about this, how like a lot of literature is an agreement between writer and reader. When people are watching something where the writing is fire, like beyond fire, and then suddenly it's like it tries to hit a landing and it's just like kind of crashes out, people are not going to be happy. And in this case, the writer himself was not going to be very happy either. He was very, very negatively affected, even though Angel Beats was so successful that it literally created a internet meme that exists to this day, Maji Tenshi. Most people don't know Maji Tenshi. That's literally fucking Kanade from from fucking Angel Beats. That is Kanade Tachibana. That's literally the Tenshi, aka Tenshi. That's literally how it works. So he literally created a meme. I had problems with Angel Beats only almost immediately. That just means you couldn't follow it well. I'm sorry. There are zero flaws with it until I want to say episode 9 is where they first start popping out, maybe. Okay, this is what I'll give you. If you're a hyper genius, if you're like how would I describe it? If you're like Neo, you got the vision. You could detect things that would potentially cause an issue way later, but it's still only like potentially. Why are there students slaving away in a basement to make weapons? Did you even watch it, bro? Like, that's like one of the most like basic, that's not even a question. That's just like literally just answered in the actual show. That's That's like asking like that's like getting to the end of a James Bond movie and saying, wait, who the fuck is James Bond? Yeah, exactly, Chris. It was extremely successful because yes, Maji Tenchi, just like that, Titania, yeah. No, Will, you're applying genre slop logic. Like, this is like the Will thing. You're applying genre slop to a weak tonal motion, psychologically character-driven story. Yuri Pei, everyone just wants something fun to do and wants something to delay their disappearance. And Yuri Pei sets up this irrational anger towards Tenchi, and everyone is like hyped about this. Everyone is just excited to have this endless party that goes on till question marks. That's all it is. It's just a party to them. That's like reinforced like 10,000 times. Don't get Death Note out of your head, get Monster out of your head, get like Dragon Ball, or I don't know, whatever. Just any shonen slop, like it's just treat it as what it is. It's just psychological character driven. I would go, yeah. No. That's fair. That's fair. But so the point is that yes. So this was a mixed thing. But why male models? Yes, exactly, Chris. But yeah, Titania. That's how you spell it, Maji Tenchi, like that. No, Monster's not shonen slop. It's just very average seinen manga. Well, it's probably better than average seinen manga, but most seinen manga is, I hate to say it, not very good. It's even the better seinen manga is typically not even at a base professional line. Like, if you're to take like Howard scale, like that's why I said like better manga tends to fall like here. Sometimes even like more like there. Probably not really. Like slightly, but not enough. My brother hates it particularly because he watched the whole thing while disliking it for some reason. I don't know why he did that. I don't know why he did that. Yeah, I mean, if you're a manga tard, I'm sure it goes hard. Unfortunately, I like novels, so I can't. The manga stuff just doesn't satisfy me. It just doesn't. Don't get me wrong. Like, there are some exceptions, like Yoshihiro Tagashi. He's a genius. He writes at actual novelist level. Go Juice is like absolutely extremely high level shit, but most mangas it just ain't it. So anyway, he makes Angel Beats, and yeah, it's like, for his definition, it's a failure. Okay. For his definition, for Junmai's definition, it's a failure. This made him absolutely miserable. Yes, Nova. That's the much happier. That's the most happier way to be. That's the. Just like both. Just like it all. It's just Dostoevsky level. I've never actually read a novel from him. The only Russian author I ever read, translated, obviously, I don't know Russian, was just a little bit of Tolstoy. Okay. Here's the thing. Actually, no, let's not, no spoilers. We got to continue the story. Next comes Charlotte. All right. This one's hilarious. Comes on. It's first ep. It's even better than the best of Angel Beats. Okay. Holy shit, is Junmai it back. And this time he specifically designed it to be like anti-Angel Beats. He specifically took everything that he thought maybe was going wrong in Angel Beats, or that at least could be scapegoated for going wrong. He changed it. So lower cast of characters, high tangibility of like, you know, societal integration, little less surrealism, stuff like that. Still surreal in classic Jun Maeda fashion, but a little less surreal, stuff like that. A little bit more of a kinetic plot, a little less episodic. Still has some of its episodic stuff. Goes wrong again. Some it depends on your last leg is mediocre again. This case, it's arguably worse because it arguably affected more episodes. Even more episodes were affected this time. This now leads to an actual depression slump. Also, the popularity was lower as well. It's not even just that. It's not like it was unpopular. Less popular. Depression. Okay. So what the fuck? Everyone thought he was done at this point. He's not writing VNs, not even writing books. He shows up every 5 years to make an anime that Trojan horses us. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Like, what is going on? What the hell happened? When you find out your goat washed? So everyone was finding their goat washed. It's especially enraging because his style is so like it appeals to emotions so much that you expect to feel a lot of emotions. Then you get to the end and you're just like, ew, what happened? What happened? What happened to all that great? What happened to all those great, you know, all that great juice that was coming? Like, why was I promised so much? The problem is you can never really go back to fix a broken work, can you? Yeah, you technically can't. Like, you can and you can't. At some point, I'll talk more about that, but to put it simply, you can't. Why is June screwing up the endings again? We're about to get to that. No, Fuzzy, see, that's the funny thing. He was not depressed while making Angel Beats, and you're actually about to see, and nor was he depressed while making Charlotte, but that's where things are about to get interesting. So he got depressed, but then he goes manic again. Because he gets one final idea that a producer helped talk him into. Go back to roots? What if I just go back? What if I just keep it simple again? What if I just go back to a really, really basic ass type of work that got him popular in the first place? Like, tragic heroine, basic tragic heroine, real world, mundane real world, tragic heroine. And that is where we got Kami-sama. I didn't finish watching Kami-sama because I didn't want to see Jun Maeda make another train wreck. But I did want to see the first... I will watch it again at some point. Again, early episodes, he's literally better than ever. It comes on, it's just like, bro, he's gone back to his roots. He's better than ever. What could go wrong? Allegedly, based on what other people say and what he himself says, it went wrong at the end again. From what I hear, it's the last 5 episodes. It went wrong again. So now we go true depression. Now he's in true depression with no chance of recovery. So something really interesting happened from here. He actually, during his intense depression, he did shit like, he did crazy mad lad shit, like not tell anyone he wasn't gonna show up for like radio programs he was scheduled to be on and stuff, making shit insanely awkward for like the SAOs and stuff on it. He was just doing mad lad shit. He was getting blackout drunk. He was screaming on Twitter. He was deleting his Twitter. He was crashing out. He was true crash out. But then something really interesting happened. He made a novel. He started writing a novel. And this is called oh my god, I forget what the full title is. It's abbreviated to Nekogari. You just type in Neko Gotti. I've only read some of it. I have not read all of it yet. I plan on doing that soon though. He wrote this novel and he told an editor to treat him like a beginner. So Neko Gotti is like half unfiltered, and he also said he wasn't going to worry about entertainment value at all while writing it. He went right back to basics. He wrote Neko Gotti treating himself like a beginner and the editor treating him like a beginner. So unfortunately it does affect the final product. You're kind of getting a lot of the editor's voice in there just as much as you're getting his, but you know what I read from it, very sick. This ended up being a training arc. And now something interesting was happening. While Kami-sama was being planned, there was actually a huge super project, super weapon being planned. And that was Hebban. And Hebban was supposed to be Jun Maeda's big return to games. You know, it was visual novels before, but now it's just supposed to be like his big, you know, they're just treating it as games in general. Big return to games. Okay. So he comes back to games. Yes, Neko Gotti Zoku no Osa. Yep. I don't know if that's supposed to be read Osa or Cho, but either way. So Hebban was basically this big, like there was so much pressure on this. Key's future depended on this work. Key's future depended on it. Baba Shacho, he's the president of Key, visual arts in general. He wanted to retire soon, and he wanted to cash out when he retires. He didn't want to retire poor. So he said, I know I trust you. The last 10 years have not made me lose trust for you, even though you keep failing me. I know you're my golden goose, and you're going to go out and you're going to lay another golden egg. So what happened was, it was like some actual anime shit. It was like some shonen slop. Like actual shonen slop shit happened in real life. Sometimes life imitates shonen slop. In fact, a lot of times it imitates shonen slop. So he transformed. He unlocked, you know, the classic JJK, like when fucking Gojo finally unlocks purple. See, that's what happened. June got purple. He got purple. And so what he did was he called for a delay. He called for a I think it was a full-blown 2-year delay on Hebban. And this is what he did. He discovered a technique called, I call it this. No one has a name for this technique. I call it the consequential mood. Consequential mood. And so it turns out that every single time he turned his anime into a train wreck at the end, or if not a train wreck, at least just kind of a bad, improper finish. Junmai is FGO, as they say, yeah. That's a massive insult. Yeah. We should all strive to live shonen slop lives. That's what I want. I want my life. I want to look back on my life and say, damn, that was some real epic shonen slop. But unironically. All right, so this is one of the most interesting techniques ever. And what it does is, first thing about it is it resembles music. It actually resembles the way music works. Music isn't logical. Like, I know music theory is logical, but music itself isn't like logical, right? Like, it's not like music is building a framework of logic. It's not like you hear a song and you go, if this, then this. It's just a mood. Music is a mood. There's logic involved in it, but by and large, music is just trying to hit a mood. It's expressive. It's expressive rather than rational. Even if its pieces are rational, its product is expressive. So normally, if you want to write a story with a more music brain, you can't really do that because, I mean, hopefully you can see we just went over SAO. Imagine if this first episode of SAO it just started vibing shit like imagine if it got this far and it was just like, you know what? Fuck it. I don't care. Let's just make the story about how Klein is like actually sick and dying. And this is his birthday and he just wants to go out with a bang on his birthday and like that's what the story's about now. You'd be like, "Are you insane? Like that's not what you were building to. That's like nutty. Like what is wrong with you? Why would you ever suggest such a thing should happen? Are you retarded?" That's the type of crash outs you were getting at the end of these anime. They literally felt like another dude hijacked the work and decided to know if it literally felt like a pilot getting his cockpit overtaken and then a dude crashing the plane. Why did that happen? Because he was literally trying to do this. He was trying to make writing resemble music, where it's not bound to actual exact logical progression. In other words, anything can be introduced at any time and emphasis can switch and it just can work. So normally you'd think this is impossible. But the thing is, he figured out how to make it work. And not only did he figure out how to make it work, he actually, in the process of his training arc, he actually mechanically defined storytelling to an absolute mechanical level in the process. So he now has a 100% strict scientific understanding of storytelling. You can tell this because he puts tons of hints throughout Hebban that he does understand this. In fact, he even put a tutorial for the consequential mood in Hebban. So what happens is there's a story within Hebban. A character tells a story within the story. So there's the character Tama, and she's like the little loli. And she tells a story about the time she was because she's this genius, like designer, genetically engineered baby, made to be the captain of a warship on the ocean to fight against aliens. It's as surreal as it sounds. And so basically, she had this story she was telling where one time a bird with a message tied to its leg crashed onto the ship and it was injured. And she tried to nurse it back to health while chatting with her AI computer assistant about how to do so. And she kept getting in arguments with her AI computer assistant that acted very human-like. So what she does is she helps nurse the bird back to health, and then she eventually figures out the mystery of the letter attached to it. And both of these things are oddly anticlimactic. Like, there's a satisfying answer to the mystery of the letter. Like, it turned out to be that there was a dude who went, if I remember correctly, it was a soldier who went to war, wanted to send back like a name he decided upon for his unborn child or something. And they figure out that mystery. But then what happens is Tama then explains how, and it's unsatisfying. That conclusion is unsatisfying to the actual tension in the story thus far. But then what happens is Tama explains how after she failed a battle, the ship got deconstructed. And she was super emotionally upset about no longer being able to talk to this AI computer anymore, because that was the only real close proximity to like actual, essentially human contact, even though it was a computer. So the entire time, what seemed to be the plot, the mystery and drama with Bird seemed to be the plot, But it turns out it was actually a non-functional, weak tonal motion story about her relationship with the computer. And that actually works. It actually works to literally diminish the thing that seemed to suggest motion just by using modal emphasis. So basically, it's a trick that's enabled where your modal emphasis gets so precise that you can actually whimsically change the hierarchy of importance in a way that exceeds what the logic suggested. And the reason I say this is a tutorial was because that, like, literally in the story after Ruka, or after Tama tells the story to the main character Ruka, she goes, "Oh, I see. So your story was actually about the computer the entire time." It's crazy. It's crazy. It's functionally different from a red herring will because it doesn't actually point. Red herrings point to red herrings point to either spoofed info or false info. Wait, no, I'm sorry. Or misdirection. This is not misdirection because the actual level of importance, the actual level of tonal, because like if you want to see like genius tier use of red herrings, Higurashi the VN Higurashi the VN is one of the most like advanced complex uses of red herrings, and it even does shit like intentionally drop. Like I mentioned that last stream how Higurashi does shit like pseudo tonal misses and stuff, really advanced crazy shit. This is not that. There's no pseudo tonal misses, there's no red herrings. The trick is that this still plays out conventionally. It still does what it's supposed to do. The thing about it though is that it doesn't actually lead into the thing that gets the ultimate modal emphasis. In other words, the thing with the ultimate modal emphasis just simply generates a climax as essentially like a jump scare. It's essentially like a tonal jump scare of a climax. And the reason it works, even though there was nothing actually, like, in terms of the actual plot or tonal chain directly leading to it, it works because the setup for latent focus was there the entire time. In other words, it was legitimately out of focus, but enough the modal ingredients to make it suddenly become the most important thing were set up under your nose the entire time. To compare it to the red herring situation, what that's doing is one of two things. Either info turns out to be retroactively different info than how it was presented, or something that seemed to be panning out to a certain thing ends up crashing and recontextualizing. Either way, it amounts to recontextualization. There's no recontextualization in this trick. There's just simply building the ingredients to suddenly throw a random thing at you, but have it actually be justified. How hard is it to use this technique? Maximum difficulty. It puts 100% stress on what you're making. You can't even, you have to be utterly flawless. Like not just like a level, not just functionally flawless, like the actual there can't be a single unoptimized word in your story, even one unoptimized word. Not necessarily. You could get away with like I don't know. I don't know the limits of the technique. I'm not going to pretend I do. I can't do this technique. I'll let my work speak for itself. I can't do what he can do, though. I'll just tell you that much. But I don't know the limits of it. I don't know the exact requirements of it, but I do know that even a few out of place words would break it very quickly. 100%. By out of place, I mean unoptimized. I don't mean like wrong words. I mean right words that are 80% right instead of 100% right. That's why this dude was crashing out so much, because he was trying to do purple. You know, it's literally like in JJK when he keeps trying to do purple, but it doesn't work. So he's fuck, I'll just do something lamer than purple. And finally gets purple. Anyway, massive Jun Maeda intermission. It was worth it. This is one of the coolest stories ever. Oh, an example of headbone using characterization packing. One of the easiest ones is Tama, actually. I'm biased to Tama because she's my favorite. But I'm not a lolicone. Tama frequently is perfectly ambiguous. Perfectly fuck it, I'm not gonna write this out. I don't know why I'm writing this. She frequently does expressions that are perfectly ambiguous, whether or not they're high empathy or low or extremely low empathy. Constantly. And it's hilarious. It's as, you know, you've read it. It's extremely funny. Remember in I don't know if you've read Angel Beats Collab 2 in Headbomb, but remember when she says I can't remember the exact words she says, so I'm just gonna paraphrase in English here. But when they enter the Angel Beats school, and Tama says that line where she's like, "Oh, I can't wait for the school hierarchy or whatever, like the school social ladder." And Yuki, I think Yuki gets like does a Tsukomi to her, like, what do you mean you're excited about the school social hierarchy? Like, wouldn't you just say like a fun school? Like the social hierarchy's like that's like the stressful part. That like no one likes that aspect. Anyway, it's extremely funny because you can't extremely low empathy. You can't tell if that's resulting from Tama just flat out being retarded and like having this totally weird wrong idea of like how school even works, or if she just said it to like be funny and like make everyone, you know, like say something intentionally unexpected as like a goofy joke. Perfect ambiguity. It's so hard to pull off this trick if you don't know how, and that's why it took so long for this trick to be discovered, because it literally requires a 50-50 balance, which is really, really hard to do if you don't know. If you can't actually like see an anime girl in your head, like moving around and stuff in great detail, it's really hard to figure out how to do this. And like real human beings don't inspire this, because like real human beings just aren't articulate enough. Like you wouldn't ever think to make a real human being do this like clean 50-50 split thing, because real human beings are just so dumpy and inarticulate. You have to do a lot to get real human beings to even be articulate in the first place. But when you see these really advanced anime designs, they start conjuring up like, well, they're so articulate. Maybe we have an excess of articulation. Maybe we can actually articulate two things at once. And that's where this trick was born. It's crazy. If you read Tsukihime, you could probably figure out a good deal. Yeah, Ryu is a huge NOS missile. A failed attempt is just a tonal miss. Exactly, Will. Exactly. That's why there's brutal tonal misses at the end of Angel Beats Charlotte and Allegedly Kami-sama. I didn't read it or watch it. I did read the Yuina AI event story. Oh, that was your favorite one? I definitely wouldn't say it was my favorite, but it was amazing. It was so good. Really unconventional. I love the event stories, the Jun Maeda event stories in Headbon, because he's just going off. Like, he's just doing what he wants. He doesn't care if those are accessible. He doesn't care if people like them. You know, he just goes off. And it's so refreshing to see him just intellectually confidently do these like weird short stories that he just never would have done in the past. You know, like, so, you know, we all hate the Soshige format, but like I have to thank it for bringing Jun Maeda back, for bringing the GOAT back. And we wouldn't get those event stories if it was like a normal VN. So, you know, I can't help but be thankful for it. All right, let's actually get back to SAO real quick. And yes, no spoilers. No spoilers. No Ryukishi spoilers. Anyone who spoilers Ryukishi will be sentenced to rape by 1,000 goat people. I spoiled chapter 1 of Umineko. I'm sorry. That's a sin. It's a sin. I'm trying to. Yeah. Yeah, one more time. Definitely left. No, actually, right is definitely. I just got confused. Why did I say left? I was confused. Well, no, I mean it's like a pros and cons thing. Yeah, to be honest, chapter 1 is really like you'll see when you start playing it. It's not. I didn't really spoil chapter 1 of Umineko. It's a lot. It's a lot more telegraphed than you'd think. It's more in the how than the what. But I would not dare spoil Umineko afterwards. It's such a ride. It's such a surprise ride. All right, let's do a quick wrap up right now. I'm actually gonna save episode 2 for next stream because Jun Maeda kind of destroyed the time I was going to talk about it. But I do want to do a real quick structural analysis of episode 1 since we just went over it. Useful to, you know, just put a quick bird's eye view on things. So structurally, this first episode of SAO really falls around 2 things. It's what's up with Kirito's investment in the real world? Ah, shit. Kirito, and the real world. Oh my god, I can't write. Real world. Holy crap. And then on the flip side, Kaiba. And SAO. So there's a massive question of how on page. How on page, really? Like that's the big question on everyone's mind. Squash. So we get Kirito's friction with the real world established right from that first scene with the Sugaha emphasis and all that stuff. But what we don't know is exactly the extent of what's happening with all that stuff. And we also don't know the extent of his relationship with... We know that there's friction between him and Sugaha, but we don't know the exact nature of it yet. For all we know, he's going to enter SAO and be super socially savvy, and it turns out he's just snubbing Sugaha because he's so Chad that even Sugaha doesn't interest him. He's stone cold. But then we end up with Klein as... That is not how you spell his name. We end up with Klein as a strong foil. And basically, he's transparent. He's a very transparent character. And we use his transparency as a, like, I guess, sounding board, sounding rod for exactly what's happening with Kirito. So what ends up happening is low overlap with Kayaba. And that's proven in a multitude of ways. Like, basically, as it goes on, it keeps ticking off. Every time you think Klein might be, like, totally entering, like, might be really drinking the Kayaba Kool-Aid, there's something to point out the difference between them up till the bitter end. But then you, so maybe Kirito has a lot in common. So basically, Klein is the question of how much, like, normalcy and, like, human, I guess you could say, like, human decency, for lack of a better word, is still present in Kirito. Finally, Kayaba shows up. Kayaba shows up, announces the death game, and what ends up happening is we get a thing where basically Kirito is disarmed and put in an incredibly weak position, but it's also revealed now how much he's literally gonna take what Kayaba has set up for him in strides. And in doing so, he's fully defined as, not only is he emasculated by Klein, but he's fully defined as having the flawed traits he has. While Klein is fully defined now as being a more heroic character. And finally, we get the engine that, this all then leads to the engine that fuels the rest of the episodes, which is, of course, Kirito's own weakness is a strength in this world. And so that's basically it. As you can see, there is almost no strong tonal motion in this entire... Oh my god, how do you spell? There's almost no strong tonal motion in this entire episode. Like, almost none. The strong tonal motion, the only strong tonal motion in the entire episode is basically when Kayaba does the death game announcement. That has a strong direct propel into Kirito having to reveal his true nature, which then has a direct consequence onto Klein's reaction to that. So it's basically it's a three link chain. Link 1, Kayaba announcing the death game. Link 2, Kirito's weakness revealed. Link 3, Klein's reaction to Kirito's weakness. But if you'll notice, there's not actually that much, there's not nearly as much accomplished directly in that weak tonal motion as there is the payoffs, or in that strong tonal motion, as there is payoffs to, like, all the little, like, weak tonal motion questions we were building up throughout the... Oh my god. To all the little like, weak tonal motion questions we were building up throughout the episode. So what ends up happening is that little bit of strong motion is mostly just setting the platform for all those weak things, all those weak tension things throughout the episode to finally get an answer. Hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully I'm not going over this like too quickly, but I mean, we just spent like 4 hours talking about the episode. Oh, that's a good question, Alien Run. How do you know if you have too much tension or too little? Yeah, basically, there's technically no such thing as like too much tension. In fact, Umineko is a really good example. It's, again, why I brought it up in Deltarune's case. Umineko builds up so much tension, it's ridiculous. Like, you will never see a story just bombard you with, like, tension ramps that it's still holding off on resolving that much while in, like, that long of a form as Umineko, while being, like, that excellent with it. So the criteria is basically two things. The real criterias are when an arc ends. When an arc ends, you have to resolve to the main theme. That's the rule. The main theme must be resolved to. That doesn't mean all tension is accounted for. That just means, like, as in all tension is resolved. It just means that all tension in some way connects to the main theme. So all tension at least has something to do with the main theme. And then this gets at least some kind of... This gets resolved too. So there can be tons of leftover tension. So you could, for example, you could build up tons of tension, and then you could just resolve 10% of it to end a story. And that's fine as long as all the tension from prior was still pointing to the main theme. And the reason this is okay, the reason this is structurally sound, is because any valid resolution to a main theme, while all tension has something to do with that main theme, proves that it's like basically a mathematical proof. It proves that all tension can be theoretically resolved. So that's why an arc doesn't have to resolve all its tension. It just has to prove that all the tension can be resolved. To use a metaphor, it's kind of like, okay, let's say I was collecting frogs. I'm sorry, I literally don't remember how frogs look. I don't remember how frogs look, but something like this. So let's say I was collecting frogs, okay, as pets. And these frogs came in different shapes and sizes. Like, some of them are even, like, huge, okay? Some of them are, like, freaking gigantic. Like this thing could maybe kill me, okay? But let's say all I do is... Let's say there's a really tiny frog, too. Like, a really, really tiny one over here. Let's say all I do is I create a bioweapon that genetically kills frogs. But I only use it to kill this tiny frog and this little medium-sized frog. And there's like a bunch of these big-ass ones running around. There's still like 10 of these big-ass ones running around. That's fine. That's valid. Like, you can... Like, that's a metaphor for a valid end to a story. Because as of the current logic frame, I've proven that frogs are killable for their species. Because, like, where do all these frogs point? They point to being frogs. They're all frogs. So if I was to kill some of them on the basis of being a frog, who's to say as of now I can't kill these big ass ones? It's fine then if the next arc, it turns out, it's okay if in the next arc it turns out, oh no, these guys weren't killable after all. You can't kill big ones. Oh my god. Big ones are invulnerable. That's valid. That's valid. However, that can't be proven. It cannot be proven that big ones are invulnerable to the virus that I used to kill these ones, while in the arc that is resolving to the killing of them with the virus. It's kind of insane metaphor, but hopefully that all made sense. Yeah, the Conan Super Frog, that's the size of an elephant, exactly. How does one figure we're an arcade? That's a good question. We're gonna have to make a whole clinic on that. So that's definitely outside the scope of just this stream. What the hell is this conversation? Yeah, I'm sorry, shit got a little schizo at the end there. But yeah, we're gonna yeah, it's Suako from Toho. Okay, so we're actually gonna end. Careful with the YouTube mod box. Yeah, YouTube auto modding is just kind of insane in this day and age. It's unfortunately there's not like much you can do about it, but I try to let every message get through, but unfortunately that's the era we live in. So yeah, that is we'll talk about episode. I wasn't gonna spend more than like 15-20 minutes talking about episode 2, so we'll just knock episode 2 out next time, and it directly propels its tension into 3. 3 is the only other episode we're gonna go over in this much detail. Other episodes I'm gonna kind of pick and choose where to go into big detail. But yeah, it's gonna take a solid 3 more streams to cover everything for sure. This one was very foundational though, so we'll be able to refer back to what we covered here quite a bit. We got this fun little Jun Maeda intermission out of this, but so that was cool. I wasn't expecting that. It's a little bonus. But yeah, next weekend, next one, Soccer Adventure big campaign rewrite, plot rewrite. I would change nothing. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll take you off. Well, I don't want to have that Janny pressure on you. Might be. You are no longer a Janny. You are freed from Janny duty. Okay, so I guess that's everything. I guess we'll end there. And yeah, thanks for everyone who showed up. That was a lot of freaking fun. I enjoyed that a lot. I needed to go nuts talking about anime again. Like, it's been way too long. Like, don't get me wrong, I mean, I love Deltarune, but like, holy shit, I needed to talk about anime. Something fierce. Can you show why B-movie is the greatest piece of fiction ever made? Seinfeld was the greatest American sitcom of all time, therefore, by logical proof, B-movie must, which also stars Jerry Seinfeld, must be the greatest movie ever. But yeah, good night, everyone. Stay based in otaku. Really nice to talk about anime again. Same time next week. Probably. Well, I'm sorry. I can't guarantee it's the same time, but it will be next weekend. I can't guarantee the same time. I don't sleep. I don't live on like a 24. I live on a degenerate non 24-hour schedule. I'm sorry, but good night, everyone. Thank you for